Hello! Hello! Oh my god, y'all have no idea how excited I've been this whole day. I've had such a good day today. My day has been so good. Hello everyone! We have a full chat today. Hello everyone! Oh my god. I'm literally like I've been so excited all day. And I literally can't decide if it's because of the energy drink I had earlier today or just like what it is. I don't know. I'm just having like a fantastic day. I'm so excited. I'm gonna switch up my playlist real quick. Oh my god, seeing y'all in chat makes me so happy right now. Like, you have no idea. I don't even know if I'm hopped up on caffeine. I feel like I am, but also I drank this like a really long time ago, so I'm kind of like, why am I still feeling caffeine? I don't know. It was only like half a Celsius too. I drank the other half yesterday, and then I drank the rest of it today. And oh my god, everyone's here. I'm so excited. You literally have no idea. Okay, let me change my music real quick because I want like hype music. Not like super hype music, but like I just want something different today. So I have to finally use my thing that I use, Spotify, which I've never used, but god damn it, that was copyrighted music. Hang on, there we go. That was copyrighted music. No, please don't ban me, please. Literally 2 seconds of the freaking auto. I just want hype music. Hang on, this is too loud. Maybe it's just too loud for me. Hang on. Just something to make this like not so serious, because it's not supposed to be serious. No, please don't come after me. That was an accident. Okay, does music sound good? Dude, I got my freaking, what is it, Spotify 2020 Unwrapped, and freaking Stream Beats is like my #1 artist, and I'm like, that doesn't count. Music's loud. Okay. Is that better? A little loud? Okay. Is better? Can we adopt the OCs? No. No. I mean, yes, but I feel like there's a few that you really don't want. There's actually one who I've disowned as an OC. Like, he's not allowed to come into existence. Anything beyond an NPC. Like, he's just not allowed. And I've talked to Mello about this a little bit, so it's kind of like not allowed. Do we have a garbage corner for bad OCs? Technically, yes. Oh my god, yeah, Mars knows too. Mars knows all of the tea. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie, I came online and I was like, how the fuck do I stream? I like forgot. I was literally just sitting here and I was like, how do I change my scenes? Like, I don't know why I was so confused. I really think I'm just like so hyper right now. I don't even know. Okay, are you ready to see my PowerPoint? Are you ready to see my PowerPoint? Where is it? Streamer brain died. It really did die. Please don't be ugly. Why is it not here? Oh, there it is. I was like, where is it? I was like, where'd it go? Arias! Arias! Oh my god, you have perfect timing. Oh my god, you literally have perfect timing. I just opened up my PowerPoint. Thank you so much for rating. Hang on, before we start, I literally just opened it. Oh my god. Arias literally has the best timing. Oh my god, stop. The first line is cute. Thank you. I made it with Canva. Hang on, how do you spell it? Oh my god, why is my caps on? I was telling chat how I'm literally so like freaking hyper right now because of an energy drink, but also I've just had like a really good day, so I'm super excited. But yeah, I made it on Canva because I was like, I don't even have PowerPoint on this computer. We're using freaking Canva. Canva is a great investment, by the way, if you want to like make graphics and stuff for streaming. There's a free version of Canva. I pay for Canva though. Yeah, Canva is literally amazing. It's so good. Okay. Alright, so there's hype music playing in the background, but I will say there are some heavy topics when it comes to my OCs. You know, characters have heavy topics, they have a heavy backstory, and they just kind of like, you know, not everyone has like the sunshine life, so I just want to like bring that up. But yeah, I'm super excited. A little backstory on my OCs. I have developed them, a good set of them. I've developed them for like 10 years. Like the first OC you'll meet, I've had her for like 10 years. I've had her since I was in like the 6th grade. So like 10 plus years actually, because I was in the 6th or 7th grade. But there's like more to that, you know? But, you know, I've had these... Yeah, she's got seniority. And she's my wife. She's just my wife. I have 2 wives in this, but it's like, she's amazing, okay? Like, love of my life. You'll see. You'll see. I think once I start talking about her, you'll see that, like, there's a lot of love and care and development that went into her. Everyone else kind of... Aww, Sarabi! I know, this is really gonna, like... There's a lot of people here who know about my OCs, and for them to kind of, like, be here, it really makes me so happy, because it's like, some of you, like, know my OCs, but, like, do you really know my OCs? You know, it's kind of like, it's hard to know someone's OCs for real. But, so the first one, she is kind of, like, the cornerstone of the other ones. The other ones, save for, like, 2, all connect around her, which is why she's so important. And everyone else is kind of like not as important, but still important for some reason, more or less. But no worries. If you guys want to listen and lurk, then yeah, go ahead and do whatever you want. Get some snacks. Are you talking about my wife right now? Technically, yes, but I haven't started yet, so no spoilers. No spoilers! Literally 2 of them I've like thought about removing from my Tumblr blog, because I was like, I literally do not give a fuck about you 2, but I can't, because I like to have them as a set. They come as a set. Okay, anyway, here's my PowerPoint. It's cute. I made it with Canva. Canva's a great resource, like I said, not sponsored, but they really should sponsor me. Anyway, there's this. I have a fucking pointer, y'all. Canva gives you a pointer! Oh wait, where the fuck did it go? Oh, here it is. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it's because I have to use... Oh, I have to use... This is kind of jank. Hang on, why is this so jank? Sorry, I have like 2... I have 2 screens open. That's why I'm like, why is this so jank? Yeah, like, why the fuck? What the fuck is it doing? Sorry, I've never done this before, so I'm kind of like, what the fuck? Why is it all jank? Anyway, like I said, there's some very heavy topics with some of my OCs. I'm gonna try to talk very vaguely about these topics just to give an idea of what they entail. But, I mean, please take care of yourself. If something makes you uncomfortable, feel free to mute. There's no pictures or anything. There's nothing graphic that's gonna be shown. Just, you know, not verbal descriptions, but just like verbal mentions of these topics. So, you know, take care of yourself. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to listen. Mute, close out, whatever you need to do. But take care of yourself. There's 2 characters in particular that I have in my mind that are pretty heavy in terms of their backstory. But yeah. Anyway, meet my wife! Meet my daughter! Meet the love of my life! Okay, so the pictures are on the sides I roleplay these characters on Tumblr. So these are their face claims. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. These are just, yeah. So she has 2 face claims. The first one is her adult one that I tend to use in most of her writing. And then the one at the bottom, the lower 2, those are her high school. So the manga that she's from, very not safe for work. Very not safe for work. I'm not even gonna say what it is. You've probably seen her already if, you know, you're on Tumblr or just like manga caps on Twitter and whatever. It's a super not safe for work manga, but I think this character just really suits Allison, so I chose her. It's your wife! Yeah. So, the love of my life, her name is Allison. Allie. A lot of people just tend to call her Allie, which I think is really cute because the fact that you can like platonically and like lovingly call her Allie when you're like in a good mood, and then like when you're really mad at her, you call her Allison, or like when it's a more serious conversation, you call her Allison. It's a pattern that I've noticed a lot with people and how they talk about her, and like how other people's characters, when I roleplay with them, they talk about her. So it's like Allie. And then I actually have someone who their character calls her Alley Cat. You know, like an alley cat, like a cat you find in an alley. And it's so cute because she loves cats and she has a cat. But okay, so just kind of, this is like a very brief summary of my muse, of my character. I have her backstory open on another tab in another document that I'm gonna open and read and look at and whatever. So that's happening while you look at this. I'm looking at this. But to kind of go over the slides a bit and like who she is, her name is Allison Bridget Claire, ABC. She was born on the 28th of February, and I lock her at 24 years old, but like, it's whatever. I don't really care about age. She also has a twin, so she is a twin. She's literally so sweet. She does nothing to deserve what she's been through. She's the sweetest, and I just love her so much because I picture her, she's very regal as a character. She's very regal, she's very soft-spoken, she's very put together. She loves pink. She's just trying to like be her best. And the amount of trauma and like the amount of like heavy things that she's gone through in her past, it's very formative, but also it doesn't define her. And that's something that I really try to emphasize in my writing, is that this is not her only like facet about her. Like, she's not just my, my SW muse or whatever. It's like, no, she's so much more. And I think over time, I've really fleshed her out to be beyond a sob story, if that makes sense, because someone should ask me about her convoluted story. Like, I've really fleshed her out to like make her very multifaceted, and there's just a lot, right? I have so much to say about her. I literally could write a paper about her. I just have so much to say, but she really is like the first. What's your convoluted story, Shima? Are you ready for snack time? Because you're gonna need some snacks for this. Before I dive into that though, let me just say that like she really is like the cornerstone for all my other characters, just because like everyone really is connected to her. This music is too loud for me. It's like blaring in my ear and I'm like, that's too loud. So Allison, let's see. So y'all can read the slides. I'm gonna go over her backstory real quick. Actually, let me start. No, how should I start this? Oh my god. How should I start this? There's so much to talk about with Allison. Just Allison alone. How should I start this? Okay. I'm just gonna tell you her backstory. Very briefly, backstory. And then I'll go into her development from... She's literally married to the cornerstone of the Yana-verse too. Yeah, Yana and I, we have a lot, okay? We write a lot, so it's like, that's why Allison's wifey. Anyway, okay, so let me just go over her backstory, her character page, and just kind of like touch on that briefly, and then we'll go into her very convoluted development story, because oh my god, if only you knew. If only you knew. Okay, so Allison, she is one of my French muses. Like, I've mentioned a few times how I have muses that are French. They live in France, but like that doesn't really play into their character at all. Honestly, most of my characters are like Asian. Like, they're Chinese, they're Japanese, they're Vietnamese even. Like, I just choose to write Asian characters, but like a good set of them just live in France, and I will explain. The French, yeah, we are. Freaking automod flagging y'all because you say some stuff about the French people. But like I said, like the fact that they live in France, it doesn't really play into their character. There is a reason why I chose it, but I'll touch on that later on. Anyway, Allison does have in terms of like her health conditions, Allison does have a variety of undiagnosed mental or physical conditions. I'm not gonna go too much into that right now just because it's a lot for like a first impression. But she does have quite a few that I have fleshed out and touched upon. I mean, you can ask about them if you want, but I'm not gonna go into it right now just because it's a lot. But if you are curious, feel free to ask. I will try my best to be very informative about it and very respectful about it, just because like I have done a lot of research on this. Like I deep dived into the freaking psychology book for this. So anyway, so Allison has brown eyes, black hair. It's usually like styled in a way that's like updo or like curls or waves. Like she takes a lot of pride in her appearance. She's just very like femme presenting. She just loves like looking her best. But she's not vain about it. I pulled out the DSM-5. I have a Tumblr post where I freaking cited the page and the quotes from the DSM-5. I did my research. The automod. Yes, I will send it to you. After stream, if you want it, I'll send it to you. I literally have the page number, quotations, and everything from the DSM-5. I did my research on this, so I don't want to hear, oh, you use Google. No, I use the DSM-5. Get on my level. Anyway, so she's very petite. She's 5'3", 115 pounds. She's very petite. That doesn't mean anything to you. Anyway, her backstory. Our backstory. So Allison and her twin, were born to a nurse and a defense attorney. She had a pretty good life growing up. Allison was actually very tomboy when she was younger. Now as an adult, she's very feminine and she's very like girly and like loves dresses and pink and things like that. But as a kid, she was actually a really big tomboy. And she was an aggressive tomboy too. She was like bullying other kids who were like older than her. Like she was just like a fighter. And her parents were kind of like, oh, that's cute, and just kind of like let her do whatever. And like she would always protect her sibling from like bullies and stuff. So she like had a reputation out. Like she was just like on it. That stage probably lasted until she was like around 8 or so. That's kind of when her mom was kind of like, all right, that's enough. Like that's good. Like she basically made Allison calm down, in the sense that she made Allison be more like a girl. So Allison grew up in a very traditional household, and so like girls were, you know, like her mom thought Allison should be more like a girl. And so instead of like wearing overalls and pants and stuff, her mom made her wear like dresses and like do more girly things. So her brother was kind of like, you know, out doing whatever, freedom, blah blah, and she was like expected to stay home and take up like sewing, cooking, music, more like girly hobbies. I say that with quotes. So from like age 8 up until like her teenage years, you could see Allison transform from like being a very tomboyish, aggressive girl to like more soft-spoken, more modest, more reserved. And so that's like a very pivotal point in her mindset, I guess, and how she sees herself. And that kind of feeds into later on in some of the issues that she runs into as an adult. So that's her early childhood. During this time, her family also experienced a divorce. So her parents are divorced, and she's not very close with her parents. She's really only close with her sibling. So her support system wasn't really that great growing up either. What else? So a lot of Allison's childhood ties in the fact, or it lays in the fact that she mostly grew up with her mom, who was very overbearing and very like, girls shouldn't be blah blah blah, you know, like very old school in that regard. And so her brother was like free to do whatever the hell he wants, but she was more sheltered, and she was more like, her mom had a tighter hold on her, is what I'm trying to say. And so growing up, Allison really just had her mom and her brother. Her dad wasn't really in the picture, and like she kind of was really a shy kid, especially going up into like high school. She was really shy. She blended into the background. That's something that I like to say a lot, is that she blends into the background. She's really just trying to like get through. But unfortunately, Allison was, even though she like tried to blend into the background, for some reason, like, well, I say some reason, but there is a reason, she attracted a lot of attention from bullies. And so she really had a hard time adjusting to high school life and things like that. So, but for the most part, she was a really good kid. Like, you know, like she didn't purposely find herself into trouble. It just kind of came to her. So moving into high school, like I said, Allison was very quiet. She was very reserved. She took up like art club, orchestra, you know, stuff like that, because she does play the piano. And so sometimes, you know, when they needed her, she would do that. So she's just kind of like vibing as a student. Her troubles kind of begin when she meets a boy. It's always a boy, right? No, I'm kidding. Sort of. She meets someone and they start to date. And it starts off good, you know? They're kind of a weird pair just because, like, this boy's very factual information. Alright. It starts off they're kind of a weird couple just because he's very popular. He's very popular. He's very, you know, classic rich boy, whatever, very popular. And she's pretty. She's really pretty, but she's also kind of like, they're like, why? Just because she's not anyone notable. But he liked her. So what you're saying is that men are the problem? It's always the boy. Oh god, if only you knew. Anyway, Allison was a good girlfriend. I'll say that. She didn't know anything about love, but it's high school. It doesn't matter anyways. And she's just trying to like be a good girlfriend. And she was a good girlfriend. And like her boyfriend at the time, he started off as like a pretty good guy too. Like they were both dumb. They were both kind of just like doing whatever. But her boyfriend had a friend who was not really that great. Not really. No, not great at all. But for some reason, he was friends with her boyfriend. So she, in turn, hung out with him a lot. And they became kind of like a trio just because of association. So through association, because she's hanging out with two very, very popular boys that like everyone wanted, a lot of people targeted her. And I think you can kind of guess which direction I'm talking about. Like when, you know, people are jealous that you're hanging out with someone they want to be with, you know, they kind of resort to being very aggressive towards you, name calling, things like that, thinking you're promiscuous, things like that. So she kind of became a target of that kind of behavior. But she, you know, the people talk. So she kind of like tried her best to kind of like just not really get into it. There is a day, and this is where the trigger warning comes in, so please take care of yourself if need be. There does come a day where, how do I put this? Something happens between her and her boyfriend's friend. There was no communication or consent during intimacy, I'll say that. And she doesn't remember the night before. But something happened, and that becomes a very huge point of contention, conflict. It becomes a very difficult thing for her to process. because it begins to harm her current relationship, but also her relationships with like other people as well, because like, for one, now she has her boyfriend who thinks she's cheating, but then she also has the other dude who, like, weird power dynamic happening there. And then she has like the student body who's like going after her too, and there's rumors, and you know, her reputation really takes a dive. So that's high school for her. I'm keeping it vague on purpose just because it is a very heavy topic. Where is this man? You're not ready for this man. This is why I say there's garbage people in this set, right? Like, that's why I'm saying there's people who you're not allowed to smooch. You will see. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. I have very conflicting feelings about this, but you'll see. Anyway, that's Allison's like high school reputation. Eventually the two boys do leave her alone because they graduate. Can you punch him? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually gonna get into that in a little bit. There's a lot of things I want to say about these boys. There's a lot of history y'all aren't ready for. Like I said, I've had them for a long time. A lot has happened in like their multiple writings and stuff, multiple universes and whatever. But just to kind of like finish up on Allison's story, which is not done yet at all. So that's her high school life. As you can imagine, it's very difficult for her. Eventually she does separate from the boys because they graduate before her, and she's kind of like off to like kind of rebuild herself in high school. She finishes school, goes on to college. You mentioning multiple verses with me here? You're so proud. You're so proud, Yon. I love that. So that's high school. That's kind of like my very vague discussion of her high school life. Feel free to DM me if you want more details. I will tell you more details if you're curious, but for the sake of this stream, I will keep it very vague. So she goes on to college, and things, financially, college is hard. I will say that. And it becomes very, very hard for her to be able to support herself and stay in the college program that she's in. And it's kind of a stroke of, I don't want to really say luck, because it's not really luck, but she crosses paths with a very particular person who offers to help her out monetarily in exchange for favors. And what did I say? Hang on. There's a lot of details that I forget. I generalize a lot, so I kind of like forget what exactly would I say. Yeah. So there was an exchange, and that exchange actually kind of led into okay. I had to think about it. Yeah. So there was an exchange of very intimate time bonding with money. So that. We do respect those, by the way, people who do that for work. We respect it. We respect them a lot. And that's kind of like another reason why I'm very in love with Allison as a character. Like, she's not a sob story. You could think of her as that, but she's way more than that. Anyway, that happened, and it kind of leads into a very toxic relationship, as you can probably imagine. She eventually drops out, unfortunately. Allison does not finish schooling, but she ends up being with this person still. His name is Grant. Grant is not allowed to be an OC. I refuse to flesh him out beyond what is happening in this current timeline because I don't want people talking to him. I don't want anything to do with him. But as a NPC, he is someone who harms Allison greatly. Banned from the OC verse, exactly. Banned from the stand. Absolutely banned, banished. I just don't want to deal with him. I don't want to flesh him out. He doesn't even have a last name. I just don't fucking care. I don't care. God. But as a NPC, where it stands is that he literally just very toxic, very harmful. Here's the thing though, he's very toxic, but he also is like a loser. Like he has a hold on Allison, but like if you give him to anyone else, like he could not stand up for himself. And that's the like the comparison here, is that he feels powerful with Allison, but like with literally anyone else, he's a fucking loser. So yeah, that's Gurren's character. So he kind of like takes Allison down this road of like exchange for favors, monetary exchange for favors with other people, and that becomes her life for a really long time. Not a really long time, I would say probably like a year or two. And it comes to a point where she defends herself for the first time in their entire relationship, and she leaves. She does leave on her own accord. Keep in mind, she's completely cut out from her family during this time period. She's completely cut out from her family just because it's kind of like a shame thing, but just naturally as well, Grant cuts her off from the rest of her family. And so she is alone for a very long time. And when she finally leaves, it takes a lot for her to rebuild herself. She continues to do this line of work on her own. And this part of her life is so... it's beautiful to me in the sense that this is where the most of her character development comes from. Let's see. Her story about to be my workout inspiration. Oh my god, alright, that's the best thing I've read all day. Honestly, the amount of people who would kill for her, like kill the other, like who would like protect her, like off the charts. Like there's so many people who would like protect her. Allison Protection Squad, let's go. Well, you had to pay for her. Yeah, just weak sauce. Just not good. Not good. Yeah. Protection Squad, let's go! But yeah, she leaves, and this part of her life when she's independent and tries to rebuild herself, and granted she does still do SW and like she does that line of work for a little bit, but recently I've developed it in a way where it's like so Allison grew up sewing, right? She grew up learning how to sew. So as she grew older, she was able to make her own clothes and things like that. And that skill in particular is something that I really love. Just because recently I put it together that Allison, to kind of like heighten her appeal to clients and stuff, she would make her own clothes as opposed to buying her own clothes, to kind of like fake it till you make it, that like very rich aesthetic, that very grandeur, like luxury aesthetic that she herself doesn't have, but she can fake it really well. And this part of her life, she is an actress. She plays so many roles just to please people. She's like working her ass off to make these clothes, her own closet. She's like putting so much time and work into her appearance and everything. It's like beautiful in a way to see her work so hard to support herself, and not just like in a way that's like, boo-hoo, I have to work so hard. No, like she's innovating the way she goes about this. And so she makes her own clothes, she does it all herself, and it's kind of interesting to think about it if you really do think about it, because it's like she's really faking it till you make it. And so it kind of makes you wonder, like, who is she at this point? You know, if you're faking so many personalities, who are you, right? And so that's something I think it's interesting with Allison, is that she's so fluid, in the sense that in this time of her life, she's so fluid that she can just like fake being someone just to like kind of make someone like her. But really at her core, she's really sweet. Like at her core, she's very modest. At her core, she's just, you know, trying to like find her passion in like art and fashion design and things like that. So when she finally moves away from this line of work and goes into fashion thanks to a family member, she is on a she's really been reborn into something else. And of course that experience isn't something that she's like forgetting about. It made her who she is. And so right now in present time, quote unquote, Allison's like living alone with her cat. She's working with her aunt who owns like a fashion line. She's traveling, she's doing fashion design, doing great things. And I love in the future, her future, I always imagined her owning her own business, like her own clothing line herself, but also being an advocate for people who have gone through the same thing she has. And I mean that by like everything from the SA to the SW, anything like that. I can see her being an advocate. And it really does take a lot for her to be able to share her story, just because it's such something that she's buried like so deep inside within her because she was so ashamed. But after a while, she does see that it's like, hey, this made me who I am, and she wants to share it. And God, I just love her so much. God, she's so good. Oh my God, I just love her so much. And like, the reason I love her too is, okay, so it's time for the convoluted backstory. We've been here for like 45 minutes. Here's the convoluted backstory. Allison Bridget Claire is like the third iteration of Allison. Shima, what the fuck does that mean? It means I had two other versions of this OC that I eventually just kind of like molded into what Allison is right now. And I call them, God, the very first iteration of Allison, I made in the 6th grade. So when I say that I've had this OC since the 6th grade, that's really what I mean. Is that in the 6th grade, I made this OC. Her name was Allie. Her name was Allie Lynn. And she was a tomboy, skater girl, whatever, right? She also had a very toxic boyfriend. So that aspect of Allie transformed into what I call Proto Allison. Proto Allison was an OC I had back when I was really obsessed with the Les Miserables fandom. So Les Miserables is a musical. It's a book, actually, but it's also a musical, a movie, where in it, I don't even know how to describe this fucking movie. How do I describe this movie? Yeah, Les Mis. I had a Les Mis phase. I went to go watch Les Mis during Christmas. Bro, I didn't know what Les Mis was. Do you know how hard I cried when the movie came out? It actually isn't the French Revolution. It's actually something else. It's like the revolt barricade something. It's not. Was I a theater kid? I actually was. Yes. But I was a very late bloomer theater kid. I didn't actually start doing theater until I was in high school. So I'm kind of like a wannabe theater kid. Cause like, I only like acting. I don't like doing anything else in the theater. Like, I don't like doing set design. I can't sew. I'm a very wannabe theater kid. I can see it. You're literally not the first person who said that. I feel like Andres has said that too. Literally everyone I've talked to is like, oh, you're a theater kid? I see it. So I'm not even offended. That's hilarious. Literally every time someone brings it up in chat, they're like, I can see it. There's my brand. Where's Myth? Myth's also a theater kid. Where they at? Oh my god, my voice acting. I don't even know where that came from. Like, I didn't even take like voice acting classes. I think I just really like reading scripts and stuff. Like, that's just my thing. I think when you put a script in front of me, even if it's like dialogue, I just love it. And I feel like playing Ace Attorney has like really what's it called? Sorry, I just blanked out my thought. Oh, since playing Ace Attorney, I've really let myself open up to like voice acting and just being like goofy. Cause I used to be really shy. Now I'm kind of like, I really don't care anymore. What was I talking about? Oh, Les Mis. So Proto Allison Bridget Clare was a Les Miserables OC. And I don't even know how to describe this movie to you. Please look it up. I don't know how to describe this to you. Everyone dies. That's just all I know. It's a very sad movie. But in the movie, there's a very small group of women that kind of like briefly show up. And there's a song called Lovely Ladies. Lovely Ladies are prostitutes that work the dock. And the main character, Fantine, becomes a lovely lady to support herself because at the time she like got fired from her job like unfairly, and so she has a daughter she has to support. She's a single mother, and so this is a very like Lovely Ladies is a good song, I think, but also Lovely Ladies, I think I was drawn to that song and I was drawn to making an OC inspired by that because of Allie, the very first rendition of Allison, because I think at the time I was exploring the idea of her being an SW and her relationship with her boyfriend then, which is Jake. God, talking about these characters from when I was in 6th grade is making me cringe so hard just because the context in which they were developed, I'm like, God, how far have you come? Anyway, Proto Allison was a boohoo story. I wrote her in a way that was very boohoo and very one-dimensional because her whole character was the fact she was a prostitute. And it's also very limiting because it's Les Mis. Like, that fucking movie takes place in like what, the 1700s, 1800s? Is it really middle school when you're not OC if you're not cringy when you look back on it? God, I wrote her in such a boohoo kind of way. Like, that's something that I'm most proud of, is that I've moved away from writing my Allison as like a boohoo character and as like a more independent kind of like complex character. Anyway, I wrote Proto Allison as a very boohoo kind of thing, but the fact that she was a prostitute flowed into why Allison is who she is now, right? And the toxic relationship stems from Allie, who was the first rendition of this OC, who also had a toxic relationship. Everything else, I could not tell you where it came from. I think it just kind of flowed into it. I think the more that I fleshed out Allison's story, the more these characters, these extras, quote unquote, kind of fleshed out into their own characters as well. So yeah, I think that's it for Allison. Do I have any fun facts about her? Shima, oh, let me read this real quick. Aw, you want to do art? Yeah, if you want to. That's so nice of you to ask and think of me. Yeah, if you want to. I love that. Oh, so wait, that reminds me. Andres, are you still here? Andres, are you here? I have a question for you. Are you here? I have a question. I was thinking about this earlier. I don't know why this reminded me of it, but I was thinking about this earlier. If you're here, send me the ducky. Yeah, I think that's it for Allison. Do I have any fun facts about her? I'm gonna assume y'all have taken the time to read the slides while I was talking, because you've been here for an hour. I would assume you read the slides. Oh my god. The fact that Allison wants to be a mom is probably one of my favorite details about her. God, I love the fact that she just wants to be a mom so bad. And it breaks my heart because her health conditions probably make it really hard for her to become a mother. But I just love the fact that in her heart, she just loves the idea of having a child and being a mother and caring for them and raising them, and just, she just has such a big heart. Hydration, thank you. Duetting with Allie, she loves that too. She is a very sweet pianist. I love pairing her up with other characters who can write. Just amazing. But yeah, so I just love the fact that she's a mom, or she wants to be a mom. Just, there's so much love in her body. She's just Oh, she's so good. She can watercolor. I love that she's watercolor. Both. She's open to having a child biologically, but also adoption. I feel like both are very, you know, valid for her, especially considering her health conditions and stuff. But honestly, like, Allison just has a very natural motherly kind of presence. She just has so much love in her body despite everything. Also, I might touch on these later once I introduce the, well, actually, God, there's so much I want to say. There's so much I want to say. I'm trying to think of like what order to say this in that makes sense. I think she would make a good babysitter. I think so too. I do. I love seeing her like with children, muses and stuff. It's just, she's so good. God, I just love her so much. There's so much love. There's so much love in her body. I'm gonna say this now actually, because I think it makes sense. I say that she has a lot of love in her body, and that's so true, because she does. Hey, you're here! You just missed me talk about Allison for an hour, but that's okay, because you know Allison already. But, I mean, I have way more to say, so you actually didn't miss that much. I have so much more to say. I say that Allison has a lot of love in her body, and she does. She has a lot of love in her body, and I feel like if you put that side by side with the fact that she, how do I word this? She has a lot of love in her body, but she absolutely despises the men in her life who ruined her, who hurt her. And as she should, right? As she should. And she doesn't need to forgive them. And I feel like that's so powerful, is that there's this narrative of like the good victim, quote unquote, the good survivor, quote unquote, like, oh, you have to forgive, you know, like, I was gonna say like juxtaposition. I was like, what the fuck do I say? Yeah, I gave up. Does she have problems opening up emotionally as an adult? Yes. So she tends to be really reserved and timid usually. I think it's more prevalent when she's around very masculine presenting individuals, but not always. If it's just like a guy who's like rigging her up at the cash register, she's gonna be fine. But I imagine if it's like a situation where she's alone with a very masculine presenting person who's very forward, it can take her aback and it can make her kind of uncomfortable. And so, you know, you can see that she's very closed off in that regard, but also like opening up emotionally in terms of like talking to other people about her issues. Oh, definitely. Like, I feel like it takes a lot for Allison to get to the point where she goes to therapy. And that's why I love writing with other people, because you can stick them together and be like, hey, how does your character like encourage Allison to go to therapy? Or like, what do they do? Like, will they? You know, it's a very interesting thing to think about, because it's a very heavy topic, but it's also very real. You know, getting to the point where you feel comfortable enough to open up about your trauma and sharing it with other people, just kind of, you know, it's very interesting to think about. Would she pour her heart out to a kid who doesn't know anything about that stuff? I think that's hard. I think that's hard to say. I feel like she wouldn't do it just out of the blue, you know, like trauma dumping. But if it's like the kid is like, you know, going through like a bad relationship, well, I guess kid, like how old, like teenager or like child, you know, if it's like a teenager, I feel like she would share her experience about like having a toxic relationship. Maybe not go into so much detail, but like kind of give that wisdom. How chonky of a cat is Hugo? I don't think he's as chonky as another cat that we know, that we love and know. Hugo's kind of like he was kind of a stray, I would imagine. He was just kind of like, Alice just kind of found him. So I don't think he's as chonky. He's probably chonkier now that she's had him for a while, but I like to imagine Hugo's like dumb. He's just dumb. I feel like all the cats that my muses have are dumb. I just love that. Just dumb. With no B, just dumb. At any given time, how many brain cells does Hugo have? Hugo and another cat share a brain cell, so like, I don't think they really have much going on. Hugo probably has 2 brain cells, actually. I feel like Hugo has 2 brain cells, which is a lot, considering the other cat has 1 brain cell. But you put them together, they have like none. So I don't know how that works. What was I gonna say? What was I talking about? I like switched so many topics. Oh, the idea of being a good victim. Where it's like, you have to forgive. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I think that's something that Allison becomes very... she learns that she doesn't have to forgive. And like, it's very powerful once you see that like, 2 plus 1 is 0! That's literally what happens. Yup. They all disappear. They evaporate, disintegrate. Goodbye, brain cells. Goodbye. Explain, Kappa! They're just gone. It leaves. It becomes sentient and it leaves. Goodbye, brain cells. What was I gonna say? Oh, this is probably the last thing I'm gonna say, and then we're gonna move on. But it's like, it's really powerful to think that Allison, a person who's so full of love, has so much intense hatred and refuses to forgive these individuals who have really hurt her in the past. And it adds a lot of very interesting layers that we'll go into in a little bit. But like, just imagine this person who's so kind and so like loving, she hates you. How messed up would you need to be towards her for her to hold so much hatred towards you when she loves? Like, she's just full of love, but she hates you. Like, that's such a powerful thing to me, and I feel like it says a lot about her. Also, this is actually the final thing I'm gonna say. So many times people are like, I'd fight for her, or like, what happens if someone, you know, just kind of goes after the boys, you know, like, what if they just kind of, you know, disappear one day? And I'll say, Allison's actually really weirdly protective of the boys, just because she doesn't want anything to do with them again. You know, like, having other people involved and get involved with these boys just associates her further with them, which is why she's so anti, like, I don't want anything. I don't want you looking at them. I don't want you finding out about them. I don't want to talk about them. You don't need to know their names. She's very private about it, and she's also very, like, protective of them in that regard. But I will say, if you have a character who just kind of happens to find out who they are, and just kind of, like, happens to make them disappear, and just kind of happens to do all of this without Allison knowing, and she just kind of finds out this happened, that they're gone, she wouldn't be mad. And that's what I'll say about that. Woo! One of the themes I write with a lot is hatred from trauma that is used to constructive ends, so that's great. Yeah, it's a powerful theme. It is a very powerful theme, and I think that's why it fuels me so much to write Allison, because she's gone so far from like a boohoo character to like someone you really should not mess with. Even though she looks so kind and so sweet, like, she's so strong. Yeah. Wow, that was fulfilling. Any other questions about Allison? I'm gonna take a little water break while we do this. Any other questions? No? Okay. An ad's gonna start soon, so I'm gonna wait to see if there's any other questions, and then we'll start the next segment after the ad break. Cause it's literally gonna start. I can see it. Yeah. How long did it take me to make this slideshow? Let's see. Wait. Hi, hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream. We are still on my first OC. There's like 6 more to go. Didn't you know? I have 7 slides today. But we are on the first one, so you're still just in time. She's the most developed. I don't think shampoo is gonna hurt you like that. It might just make your stomach hurt though. Yeah, I feel like if you eat soap, it just makes your stomach hurt. I think I know that because I ate soap once when I was a kid. Made my stomach hurt. But I'm okay! Listen, Allison deserves it. If you see the amount of headcanon posts that I write specifically just for Allison, you'd understand. Chomp. Yeah, I think I don't know if I licked soap or if I ate the soap, but I remember getting very sick after ingesting some kind of soap. Dude, I can literally go on forever. I could literally go on forever about Allison. Just, there's so much. And she has different AUs. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Did the guy on the bottle... Wait. Your stomach's just probably gonna hurt. I mean, if you ate a lot of it, then yeah, you probably should go not be here and get it checked out. But your stomach's probably just gonna hurt if you took a little lick or something. I don't know. Oh my god, when people bite the soap, I feel like that actually happened to me once. Okay. Yeah. Allison has AUs. I could literally make a PowerPoint on Allison, just different versions of Allison. Just there's so much to talk about. You have no idea. But we have to move on, because I have 6 more people to talk about. Where the fuck? Sorry. I was like, where are my slides? Good boy! Look at my good boy! Don't ask me who his face claim is. I have no idea. These are 3 different people. They're from the same, manhwa? But they're 3 different people, and also this is a very not safe for work one too. Dude, it was too much for me. I didn't even fucking finish it. It was too much. I just needed new icons, okay? I just needed new icons. I just needed way new. I took one for the team. Him. Oh my god, there's so many memes about him. They're not safe for work memes though. Don't even get me started. Wait. Oh my god, wait. Hang on. There's so much. Am I oh wait, what is happening? Putting him in a little pocket? Yes. You can pocket Emil. Emil is you're allowed to pocket him. This is very Emil's a good boy. He's great. I love him a lot. Very good. He's so sweet too. Oh my god. Yes. This is the other Claire. Yes, so Emil is Allison's twin. I kind of let it slip on accident because I said brother, but this is Emil. I love him to bits too. He's interesting because he actually started off as a gender bent version of Allison, and I just kind of ran with it, and now he's its own person. So yeah, he's just his own person now, which actually helped me kind of flesh out Allison's story. So like I said, it kind of all goes back into it all goes back into topic. very big circle, things like that. What else? So this is Emil. Oh, I forgot to mention Allison. She's Chinese. I had canon that she's Chinese, and same thing with Emil. He's Chinese because they're twins. That'd be really weird if he wasn't. Also from France, from Paris specifically. Oh, the Paris thing. Everyone's in Paris because of Les Mis. That's why. It's because Allison was a Les Mis OC, and so I was like, Paris. I just kept it. It makes no difference. Like, Eiffel Tower. It makes no difference. You know, like, it's just like, I don't even think of. I think I usually headcanon that they're like in the US, even though they're from Paris. I don't even fucking care. I don't even know. Anyway, this is my boy. He's very sweet as well. He's always been more shy. Because Allison was like a bully. Allison was a bully when she was younger, and so she was very loud and outspoken as a kid, but she was very protective of Emil. And Emil himself, he's just, you know, very quiet, very reserved as well. And even as he got older, when Allison was more reserved, I guess in a way the roles did switch, that he became more protective of her and she became very reserved. But I mean, all in all, Emil and Allison are like very close. He is like her main support system because she's not very close with her parents. I don't think either of them are very close with their parents. So you don't. Oh my god! If you draw fan art of the Claire siblings, I would cry. You have no idea. They're so cute. Like, their dynamic is very sweet because they're very protective of each other. And Emil, during the time when Allison was like MIA with Grant, he was so concerned about her. Like, you have no idea how concerned he was. And in a way, Allison's very supportive of Emil because of his sexuality. And I think you can kind of like, guess where I'm going with this. During high school, he had a period where he was very questioning. He was very, you know, very conflicted about his sexuality. And so he got bullied a lot because people could kind of tell. And he got bullied because of it. But Allison was very supportive. And so she was one of the few people who knew that he wasn't straight. And, you know, like, that he didn't only like girls, you know? So I know what you are. Yeah, so, you know, it's a very sweet thing because she's very supportive of him no matter what. And like, they come from a conservative family, but like, Allison doesn't care, you know, like, it's her brother. Like, love who you love. And like, Allison's full of love, so of course she knows that, like, you know, if you just like someone, then what's wrong with it? So he's very sweet. Right now, Emil works as a legal assistant. Emil's backstory actually isn't as extensive as Allison's. Allison's is probably the only one that's like super, super extensive. Everyone else is kind of like, you know, not as extensive, but still important. Emil kind of, you know, went through the route of like quiet good boy, and then he grew up to be like the sole caretaker of the family almost, just because his dad like split up with his mom. So he had to step up and kind of like take care of the family. And then through high school, he had his identity crisis and kind of like shoved that part of him in the closet and just kind of like kept quiet about it. And it's only until the present that he kind of let himself explore that a little more. Definitely growing up, he very much shut that part of him out. Even with Allison's encouragement, he just wasn't comfortable, you know, exploring that side of him. But he's in a much better space now, and he's much more comfortable in his skin. He loves camping, so he has an office job. He's a legal assistant. I don't know jack shit about that, but he's a legal assistant, and he went down that route because of his dad, who was a defense attorney. But Emil is like, I don't like this. He's like, probably not. So he has an office job, but he loves the outdoors. What's up, Jan? What's up? So, He loves camping. He loves the outdoors. I always love headcanon that Emil like camps outside, and he like is a camp counselor and just loves hiking and running. Is that a frog? What the hell is that? Is that a messed up Kermit? Who is that? I love the fact that Emil is also really good with children. Him and Allison have a very like family-oriented mindset. Can I go camping with him? He would love to go camping with you. He's always looking for hiking buddies, camping buddies. I just love that he loves the outdoors. He loves running, camping, hiking. Oh, it's a frog! Cause Emil! Oh, you're so right. He loves frogs. Oh my god. I just love seeing him. Like, I love associating him with frogs. It's so cute. And that comes from me because I also kind of like frogs. I like cute frogs. What else? He has a cat too. He has a cat named Rosie. Rosie's a princess. She has the most brain cells. She's a little calico cat. He's also very musical and artsy, so Emil also draws like sketchy. He draws like sketches and stuff, as opposed to Allison, who's more of a painter, especially watercolor painting. Emil is more of a drawing, pen and paper kind of stuff. And then he plays violin, whereas Allison plays piano. No, that's not bad at all. He would have Kermit plushies. Oh my god! I actually feel like we did a thing with Emil and Dustin. I could be wrong though. Oh my god, yeah, I just love Emil a lot. And his thing is that he's also trying to figure out his life, and so a lot of it is like, I don't know what I want to do in my career. I'm trying to like go back to school maybe, but I can't afford it. He's just trying his best. And honestly, fair. That's me too. So yeah, that's just kind of like, you know, kind of what Emil's backstory really is. Yeah, his backstory definitely isn't as long as Allison's, just because he's more of like a... He's not as developed, but I feel like most of his development comes from the fact that, like, you know, he's just trying to figure out his life. But he's so good! He's so sweet. He's so considerate of others. And, like, he just is really protective of his family, especially Allison. And he also holds immense hatred towards the two boys, the three boys, the three men, the three people who hurt Allison. Also holds immense hatred towards them, because also 2 out of 3 of them bullied him in high school. Wow, how things work. Yeah, how things work, huh? So he also holds immense hatred for them, as he should. He also really wants Allison to like do something about, you know, to kind of like get justice, I would say, but that's her choice. So, you know, can't do anything about that. That's her choice. Any questions? Anything? Questions? No? Like I said, he started off as kind of like a gender bent Allison, and then I don't really know what happened, but I kept him. So here we are. I'm trying to think of like any interesting verses or AUs or anything that I have for him. Not really. Although I do like seeing him as a teacher, like a elementary school teacher. How does he feel about a certain husband? I think he's very surprised about that relationship. Just because Allison is very, like, quiet and reserved. Like, the fact that she's in a non-typical relationship with multiple partners, it's very surprising. But he can't say he's mad about it. You know? He can't say he's mad about it. He's just concerned because the last guy that Allison talked to was not good for her. So of course, Emil's gonna be protective. But he's, you know, he sees she's happy, treated well, then he's happy. He's so shy. Emil's so shy though. He gets so flustered so easily. I love him so much. Oh my god, people who ask Emil. Oh my god, I actually feel like I definitely have talked with someone about that, where it's Emil and the other person's character who kind of like plot, not really plot, but they both have a shared concern about Allison, and so they like work together to kind of like get her out of the situation. But Emil in that time period is very like he's not really complacent, but he's just kind of like, he doesn't know how to help her because he can't get into contact with her. And so he's, you know, trying, but it's hard. Especially because you can't make someone leave a relationship. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very tricky situation, but he's really glad that she's safe. He's glad she's okay. In terms of whether he knows about her SW history, I don't think he knows the extent of it. I think that's something Allison really keeps under lock and key from him, just because that would, like, be a lot for him to process. But, yeah, it's kind of what I see. Any other questions? Anything else? Let me look through my thing. Oh, fun fact, Allison's a Pisces. Emil's also a Pisces. I don't know jack shit about their rising and moon, don't ask me. I only think about their sun because that's all I have the brain capacity for. Okay. I think that's really it. I love the fact he loves frogs. I think that's so cute. So good. Okay. I'm gonna take that as a cue. It's okay to move on. Yes. Here's my first garbage boy. I feel strange presenting garbage boys as like harmful, hurtful, evil, like disgusting garbage boys, like scum. Like, I feel very strange presenting them as OCs because it's like, why the hell do you want to write them? You know, like why the fuck are you quote unquote like quote unquote I don't want to say advocating, but like I don't know how to word it, but it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's like I feel weird because it's like, why the fuck do you want to write them? But it's like, I'm not just writing them to like start shit. They actually have character to them too, you know, like I've done more than just to like make them bad. Do you know how hard it is to write someone who's done such fucked up things? It's so hard because it's like, I hate you, but also I guess you deserve character development, but I hate you. God, I hate him. I hate Cedric less. He's probably like the third out of the three. He's probably like number 3. So I hate him less, but I still hate him. Yeah, so as we all know, I hate him. His name is Cedric. I laugh because the only time I've ever heard the name Cedric is from Harry Potter, and like my one friend who's really close with me and who writes with me a lot, she used to call him Cedric because she never heard the name Cedric before, which is fair. But for the longest time before she was on call with me, she would call him Cedric in her head, and to this day it's like a running joke. Anyway, Cedric is Allison's first boyfriend in high school, and he started off good. Cedric actually, as an individual, is not a bad person. He's stupid, he's immature in high school. Well, yeah, no, not in high school, just in general. He's stupid and immature, and how do I word this? Very easy to influence, and I feel like that's kind of where it comes from, the what happened between him and Allison. I don't know, I like writing villains, but I could see why writing someone who did what they did to your character you love. Yeah, it's very complex for me, because clearly I have given these boys character beyond just, you know, villain, but at the same time it's like, it boggles my mind how people could act like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a very interesting, I guess, like, crossroad that I find myself in. And of course, it's like, I'm not, like, romanticizing it. Like I really try hard not to, as a lot of people should. Like, you should not romanticize this kind of stuff. But, you know, it's a very complex thing. But yeah. Anyway, I hate Cedric. But anyway, Cedric is a pretty boy. He's been, you know, the popular boy. He's wealthy, he's rich, he's pretty. He's very flirtatious, you know, the classic playboy, whatever. As a kid, he was actually a really good kid. Like, his parents weren't around. You know, his parents weren't around when he was a kid. He really was only, like, taken care of by, like, a bunch of nannies and stuff. So he didn't really have, like, the same attachment to his parents as, like, most kids do. He kind of grew up with, like, one particular nanny that he really liked, but overall he was kind of like free, like, not free for all, but like very inconsistent attachment. You can write villains as sympathetic so long as you always point out that their actions are still unjustifiably wrong. Yeah, I think there really is like something complex about writing a villain, because it's like you don't want to like advocate for what they're doing, obviously, but like this stuff happens, and I feel like that's where it's important to like explore certain sides of a topic and have a bigger conversation than just that's bad, that's good, or like whatever. But yeah, in terms of Cedric, yeah, so as a kid he wasn't very like attached to his parents. He had a very like loose kind of parenting. I mean, he had a good childhood though, you know, like his nannies took good care of him. He had fun as a kid. One sweet thing about Cedric is that he's like a very big book nerd. He loves books, and he's always loved books. He's always loved books. Villains are fun to write because they don't think like villains. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. They don't think they're villains. They don't like see themselves as villains. It's kind of like a perspective thing. That's a very interesting thing. Although I guess some villains do know they're villains, but like that's also a complex issue in and of itself. So Cedric he's a big book nerd. He was the kind of kid who like would stay up all night to read books, and he would like use the flashlight to read in his room and stuff like that. And also he had a tendency to like go, cause I picture that he was like a telescope boy, so he'd always like go outside at night and like look at the telescope, look at the stars, and like stay out really late and like, you know, stay up really late, just look at the moon and whatever, all that stuff. So he's like a really sweet kid as a kid, and he's just kind of having fun and catching fireflies and doing whatever the hell he does. But when he was okay, let me do some backstory. So Cedric's dad was a prosecutor, and then his mom was a seamstress, who actually then turned out to be a wedding planner. So, like, his family made bank, and he just kind of, like, had a really cushy life for, like, entirety of his life. But, like I said, they weren't really around to raise him, so he was kind of left to, like, float around between caretakers and stuff. But eventually, when he was about 14, they decided to come back and stay with him, which is weird to like have people who weren't in your life come back suddenly and then like try to control you. Like, granted, they're his parents, but he also didn't really feel attached to them. So you can imagine the conflict that would come about, you know, having Cedric and his parents live together again and have them criticize him and like judge him and like be parents to him, you know? So at this time, as a teenager, Cedric was like doing whatever, he was partying and doing whatever teenagers do. But he tends to also fake it till you make it, because, you know, his family has like a reputation and stuff, and so when it comes to like public image, he's like very squeaky clean in front of like his parents' friends and stuff, but then in private, like with his friends and stuff, he's like whatever, you know, like he's just out to have fun and be more lax and be a little, you know, rebellious teenager, whatever that means for him. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Hang on. Oh, interesting. Hang on a minute. This is not updated. Why is this not updated? Interesting. Okay. So, I rewrote this backstory, but hang on, I'm actually kind of confused because I rewrote this backstory, but it's not updated, so that's wrong. Where the fuck is the actual backstory? Hang on, sorry, I never noticed this, and I've had this blog for like a very long time, so I'm kind of like, huh, wait. Okay, well, I guess, like, I rewrote one person's backstory, but then I didn't rewrite the other one. Anyway, okay, well, I found something out today. Okay, well, anyway, one major detail that I really should include is, so you remember how I said that Cedric had a best friend that was, like, not good? But they were still friends anyways? Yeah, okay, so that came about because when Cedric was about 11 and the other boy was about 12, so like really preteen years, Cedric's parents' friends were fostering a kid. Also, logistically, I don't know how any of this works, so like I'm trying my best, so I'm sorry if like none of this actually makes sense. I really had to like fix their backstory, so like this is the best I could do. So if logistically this doesn't make any sense, just suspend your belief for me, please. So around the time that Cedric was about 11, he met a boy who was the foster child of his parents' friends, and they became friends. So Cedric and the other boy became friends, and you know, after a while, it was time for the other boy to move families, but he got adopted, question mark? Blurry lines here because I don't want to work out the logistics, but eventually Cedric's family like took this boy in, and so they're kind of like brothers now. They're very brotherly. His family like supported this other kid, and so that's how Cedric got really close with his friend and his best friend, even though he's not like the greatest guy to be around. But we'll talk more about that later. Anyway, so that's what happened. That's how Cedric met his friend. They go to high school together, and Cedric gets a girlfriend. That's Allison, right? So Cedric dates Allison, but his friend is also kind of like, I like Allison too, or like, you know, her girlfriend's really pretty, but we know how that turns out. Not gonna go into detail there, but we all know how that turns out. And so of course Cedric is like, what the fuck? Like, why would you do that to my girlfriend? And then it becomes a question of like, what the fuck? Why would, like, through a manipulation and lies and just like disbelief and denial, it becomes a thing where Cedric kind of turns on Allison, and that's kind of where the relationship turns toxic for them. It also kind of comes from like a lack of control thing. Like everything's like literally going out of control. I'm not trying to excuse it, by the way. That's just kind of like how I see it in his mind, is that in this time period, so much is out of his control. Like this incident was out of his control. He was not there in any way to prevent it, to witness it, to know about it, and it was hidden secret from him for like months on end. So when he found out, he was angry, and that's kind of where Allison's relationship with Cedric kind of took a turn for the worse. In terms of Cedric and the other guy's relationship, I mean, manipulation and just lies in general, he just kind of like brushed it off, just kind of pinned the blame all on Allison. And like I said, that's kind of where the relationship took a turn for the worst. So yeah, not good. Garbage. But interestingly enough, out of the people who Allison would forgive, she would if she had to, like absolutely have to, she would be willing to forgive Cedric out of all of them. Just because he's more sensible than anyone else. Like, I feel like they could like have a conversation and like work. I don't know what they would work out, but like if she absolutely had to, she and Cedric could have a conversation about what happened in the past. Would she ever? Absolutely not. Hell no. But I have toyed with the idea with a person before, with one of my writing partners before, and it's very interesting. It's a interesting thing. You know what, Arias? Do you want to hear a funny story? He actually has gotten punched before. He has. In one of my very earliest pieces of writing with a writing partner, he gets punched because Cedric and his girlfriend, or his love interest, who is... So 2 characters of my friends and then 2 of mine, they go on a double date, right? So Allison and her guy go on a date with Cedric and her girl, but Allison doesn't know that Cedric is the dude. So when she sees him, she freaks the fuck out, and she like tells her guy that like, hey, that's my ex, we didn't really have a good relationship, blah blah. And so the guy lashes, like he freaks out and he like punches him because it's like, how dare you, you know? So he gets punched. Yeah, it's canon. It's canon in that regard. In that world, it is canon that he gets punched. So that's very funny that you mentioned, that you bring that up. So maybe he doesn't deserve to die. You're correct. Maybe not, because he's actually the most sensible out of the 2. Out of the 2 garbage boys, he's probably the most sensible. But like I said, he's also very easy to influence and manipulate, so does that really mean anything? Up to you. But anyway, that happened. After high school, Cedric becomes like a business major or something. I don't fucking know. He still talks to his friend. They're still close. Right now, Cedric is a bartender. He wants to own his own business. Funny story. So I'm gonna touch on this a little bit. A lot of Cedric's development comes from that relationship I mentioned earlier with my friend and her character. Her character's name is Dakota. And Cedric and Dakota are like literally the only ship that has gotten very, very far in terms of developing Cedric beyond what he is. Like, beyond what I presented to you. Like, the part where it's like Prince Charming type acts like a playboy, it's actually the embodiment of that crying cow emoji. That's because of whatever the hell Dakota put him through. Like, at his core, Cedric is like a big baby. Like, he's such a baby. God. And he's such a whiner. Like, I don't know, he's just a loser in that regard. But he's like, if you think about him that way, he's kind of soft. Like, not like soft like Allison, but like just like loser soft, because he's that emoji, you know? And like I said, a lot of it comes from the fact that like Dakota put him through hell and just kind of like tamed him. And that's kind of, I guess, in a way you could say his penance in a way too. Just because like now he has a girlfriend who's later his wife, and you know, they have kids and stuff. He becomes like a stay-at-home dad, and it's just like a very 180 type of thing going on with him once he settles down with Dakota. But like at the same time, Dakota like would never let Cedric ever like cross boundaries like that and like, you know, shame a girl and like, you know, be toxic with another person. And if Cedric tried anything on Dakota, Dakota would like fight him. So, you know, it's a very interesting dynamic, and a lot has come out of it. And that's also kind of why the beauty of like writing someone who's a villain and kind of pairing them up with someone, you get good results. What else do I need to talk about? Loves books like a nerd, really into stars. I did touch up on that a little bit. He likes stars, he likes books. He's also blind as shit. One of my favorite headcanons is that he cannot see, but he hates his glasses, so he wears contacts. But he refuses to wear his glasses outside, like out of his house. So he's always wearing contacts. But like if you catch him without his contacts, like if you're at his house for some reason and you catch him without his contacts, he cannot see shit. And I think that's so funny. I'm stealing his contacts. Like, they're not even like bad glasses. Like, you know, like there's some really stylish glasses out there, but he just hates wearing glasses. He hates people looking at him while he's wearing glasses. Cause he's so vain. I think it's hilarious. Like, bitch, wear your glasses. And he's like, no. So funny. He used to play baseball, and then he was like student council, secretary, vice president, person, whatever. Yeah, I guess he turned out okay. I mean, he could be better. He could be a lot better. Make some better choices, but I guess he's okay. He's like the most sensible out of the two, so I mean, I guess he's okay. Yeah, he didn't play golf. I mean, his dad probably made him, but like, such as the baseball kid, which I think is interesting too. Star athlete, that kind of thing. God, I hate rich guys who play golf. Have you met rich guys who play water polo? Interesting. Water polo isn't even like, I don't know, it's like a very regional thing. Aesthetics include gold, museums, library shelves, blah, 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 blah. He's very bougie. So his aesthetic is very gold and prestigious and stuff like that. Water polo! You know what I'm talking about. The water polo boys! Okay. Any questions about Cedric? Does mini golf count? That's exactly why I know about water polo. Any questions about Cedric? Any complaints? I mean, I can imagine complaints. Cedric and Allison, they don't really talk unless other characters are involved. Like, in present day, my normal timeline, they don't really have contact. But if it's like, someone's character is like a mutual friend, like Dakota. Dakota is a friend of Allison, but she's also dating Cedric and will marry him in the future. So it's like, Allison will associate with Dakota and therefore Cedric because of Dakota, but like, out of that, Allison wouldn't really associate with Cedric. But like I said, that's kind of where it stems from, like potentially Allison and Cedric could patch things up. He's more sensible than everyone else. Yeah. So yeah. No other questions? I'm gonna move on to garbage boy number 2. You probably know why he's garbage now. Again, trigger warning, please take care of yourself. You kind of know what's gonna happen. But yeah, just kind of take care of yourself. Whatever you need to do. Anyway, I hate him too. God, I hate him too. I'm laughing because, like, he does such terrible things to Allison, but at the same time, he's like, you know how, like, people have, like, self-deprecating humor, and then they, what's it called? Like, the humor that's, like, when they, like, joke about, like, unaliving themselves, and, like, edgy humor like that, and then, like, just kind of, I don't even know how to describe that kind of humor. I really don't. But it's, like, self-deprecating humor. Like, it's very dark humor. That's kind of what I associate with him. Yeah. I kind of associate that with him, but also I associate him with, like, really dry humor. And he's, like, a meme. I literally, like, say this. I'm laughing because a part of him, when I pair him with his, I'm gonna say, like, canonical girlfriend, because I cannot imagine pairing this man with literally anyone else in the world, because he doesn't deserve it, but also this girl actually, like, does something for him, like, in a good way, so she's the only one that I'm actually comfortable saying it's, like, his girlfriend. May, which is the name of the character, she, like, really puts him in his place but also makes him like actually reform. And I say this is very interesting because it's like, how could you associate with someone who did what he did? And it's a very, I guess, like, interesting position to be in, because May is Allison's friend, but at the same time, May is also dating like someone who really hurt her. So it's like her Allison. So it's, we've talked about this a lot, so I could go on about this for a while, but basically, like, Nate is not, like, he's held accountable, even if nothing actually happens out of it legally. But yeah, he's not a good character in that regard. He's not, he does bad things, but at the same time, his personality, it's very, like, memey. Like, he doesn't take anything seriously. And it's like, how I don't know, it's just a pairing that I think about a lot, where he just cannot take anything seriously, and he just doesn't take himself seriously. But like I said, May does kind of reform him into someone more tolerable. I wouldn't say a better, like a good person, but he's more tolerable. Of course, Allison refuses to associate with him in any way. Regardless of not if May's there, she just will not associate with him. One interesting thing that I do headcanon is that Nate doesn't call Allison by her name, like, after high school. Like, in any piece, any writing that's like where Nate and Allison are like, they share a mutual friend or something like that, or like a mutual like connection in terms of a character, Nate will not call Allison by her name. He'll call her like so-and-so's girlfriend, or like Cedric's ex, or like something like that. And I don't really know why I ever decided that, but it fits. It fits. And I think it fits because he's dissociating himself with that part of his life. Like, he doesn't want to acknowledge it, but also it's like Allison refuses to associate with him, and he doesn't feel like, I guess in a way, he doesn't feel like he should say her name. I mean, granted, she doesn't say his name either. Like, she doesn't talk about him at all. So it's just something that I think about, and something that I keep consistent throughout my writing. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It fits then. Thank you for pointing it out, Arias. That does actually fit. Yeah, that's interesting. And it, yeah, I could see that, because it's like distancing himself from what he did. Yeah. How do I sum this up? Let me pull up his little bio thing. So I say don't call him Nathan because his dad's name was Nathan, and like his parents were not good either. They kind of like had him when they weren't ready. They had Nate when they weren't ready, and they were very neglectful of him. He also has a wide variety of diagnosed mental and physical conditions. He's been, you know, he had a very tumultuous childhood. He wasn't attached to his parents. He was very, let's see. He was very, what's the type of attachment where it's like, you're just not attached to your parents? Like, he was the kind of kid who would just kind of like walk around by himself and just kind of like do whatever. And he wasn't scared of adults. Like, he wasn't scared of strangers. Like, if you, I say normal, but like a healthy attached child, if you leave them alone, they'll start crying. If you give them to a stranger, they'll start crying. They'll start looking for their mom. Like, they'll start like freaking out. Yeah, so it's like a dissociated like kind of attachment. That's kind of how I imagine Nate to be. So he was like, if you left him alone, he wouldn't really care. He would just kind of like do whatever. If there were like a stranger came up to him, he wouldn't cry. He wouldn't look for his mom. He just didn't really care as a kid. And not touching too much detail on his mental health or anything, but go into like in and out of foster care and having very inconsistent like caretakers and everything, it adds to his development adds to the mental health conditions that he does develop later on and gets diagnosed with. So Cedric's parents cannot take care of him, and so he goes into foster care. He's not really friendly. He's very cold. He's not, not really the best guy to be around. Also, he just kind of moves around a lot, so it's hard for him to make friends. And then going in and out of families, going from family to family, it's not really good for him either. So, that kind of happens. It's when he's a preteen, like I said, that Nate and Cedric meet, and they become friends. Nate gets taken into the Privet family, and then Nate, when he gets into high school, becomes very popular. And it's probably because he's pretty to people. They think he's handsome. And so he becomes popular. He manages to be like student council president for 3 years, even though you wouldn't think he would be into that kind of stuff. But I guess, power and control. He likes it. Popularity, attention. He likes it. But like, did that really get him anywhere in life? No, not really. He's kind of a bum. I mean, like, he works and he's a DJ at night and he supports, his wife, his girlfriend, his fiance, May, very, as much as he can. But he's kind of a bum. Does he trade crypto? He does not actually. He does not trade crypto. Listen, I can make my garbage boys garbage, but they will not be that kind of garbage. No, I don't really know how to describe Nate's humor. Like, how he carries himself as an individual. I'm not really sure how to describe it. Because it's like, he's like emo boy, angsty, but then he's also like really dry humor meme. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. But yeah, I only pair him up with my friend's OC just because they make the most sense in my head. And literally the amount of development that she's given Nate as a character, because Nate actually, before pairing him up with my friend's OC, he was very much a flat, like, he was just a villain, he was very flat. He actually wasn't supposed to be a muse, but because of my friend's OC, I developed him more and they became significant. And it feeds into Allison's development too, because now you have the question of how do you process having your friend date someone who hurt you like that, and it becomes a very interconnected type of relationship and dynamic. And of course my friend's OC doesn't just like pretend Nate didn't do all the stuff he did it, and she's aware of it and she's mad about it, and she makes sure he's held accountable in some way, one or another, even if it's not legally. And I think having that conversation with my friend and talking about how that would make Allison feel, and like how that's kind of like another form of support for survivors, is to like actually hold people accountable and things like that. It's a deep conversation for sure. But I think that's kind of why I keep him around. I'll keep Nate around, I guess. I don't know. Alright, no more darkness. From here on, there's no more darkness, I don't think. It sounds like he watches the Joker and goes, he's just like me for real, for real. No! I actually wouldn't say he's... Well, I don't watch Batman or the Joker, so I actually don't know. But I actually don't think he's like that kind of angsty, edgy teen. He's kind of like... God, how do I describe him? I really kind of just want to say he's kind of like a zoomer, but I don't want to say that either, because that's not entirely accurate. He's just very dry humor. I just don't know. Like, he really doesn't take himself seriously in the sense that he doesn't take care of himself, even when his mental health is really declining, Which is where the edgy, self-deprecating humor comes in, and risk-taking and things like that. But when he's in a good headspace, he's still very just like dry, very straight-faced, very stoic type of thing. Very keeps much to himself. He sleeps a lot. He's depressed. Like, he's just kind of surviving. But I don't think he's like edgy in the same way as the Joker. If I'm thinking of like the vibe people get, like I used to date a guy who was like really into the Joker, so he's not like that. But I also don't know anything about the Joker in the Batman franchise, so like I'm uncultured. But yeah, I used to date a guy. I don't make good choices either. I'm okay though, like I'm good. It's just, man, my boys were dumb. It's just a huge red flag. I mean, I was in high school, so I mean, my first one, you know. It's just, you know. Oh, the Joker solo movie. Either way, I'm not cultured in that. But but if I'm thinking of like the edgy, you know, like we live in a society kind of stuff like that, I don't think that's really Nate. I think Nate is just kind of like self-deprecating Zoomer humor. Oh, here's a good way to describe it. Actually, I kind of feel like a Zoomer self-deprecating humor is actually probably a good way to describe Nate, just because he does kind of hold himself in a very childish way, because he doesn't really know how to take care of himself. But I mean, like, he can, but he's like a big baby too, and at the same time he likes childish things just because, I don't know, it's just what he does. He's kind of like a big kid, you know. He's just childish in a way, not only how he acts, like immature, but also just like tendencies. Like sometimes you'll just see him like play with like a kid toy, like if my friends OC May and Nate were in a waiting room for like a doctor's office, right? And there was like a little kid toy, like that thing that like slides the freaking ball around these metal loopy things. He would play with that. He's like a grown man, but he would sit on the floor and play with that while waiting for his girlfriend to like go into her appointment or whatever. And then like he would just have like the straightest face while playing with that. And then like when his girlfriend comes out, she's like, "Are you ready to go?" And he's like, "Yeah, whatever." And then he just gets up and walks out. You know, straight face, grown ass man, looks like he could beat you up, and he's fucking playing with a little baby toy. So I feel like he's that kind of guy, which makes him fun to write, as gross as his actions are, you know? Just that development that he gets with his girlfriend adds value to him. That's why he's more than just like angsty and edgy and villain and stuff like that. Yeah. So he and his girlfriend have a dog named Suki, and Suki is an Akita, big dog. She's fun. Nate's a really big dog person, so like having a dog around makes him happy. And like Suki just kind of like, you know those videos where it's like big dogs like barking at their owners and just like arguing with them? That's Nate and Suki. And then like Suki would just like lay on him, even though she's like a big ass dog. She wants to be a lap dog. He's like, oh my god. So, you know, that's just kind of like him. He's just kind of existing. But those are the two garbage boys. From here on, I don't think there's any more darkness. There's no more dark topics. But also, from here on, they're not French anymore. They're not French anymore. But also, these 4 that you just saw are my original 4. Allison was the first, and then it kind of like branches from there, right? So these 4 are all interconnected, and I'm pretty sure you can see the connection from here. Some of them are more fleshed out than others. You know, some of them are, you know, villains, heroes, whatever. But yeah, so these 4 are all interconnected. I've written them for a very long time. These next few muses on the next page are relatively newer, but they're still important enough to me to be included in this slideshow, because I've had OCs in the past that just kind of like didn't have enough traction and development in my mind to get anywhere. So these 7 that you're gonna see in total, they actually have gotten more traction in terms of like development and character and stuff like that. So your daughter? Maybe. Is it your daughter? All right. Before we move on, is any questions? Any comments, concerns, anything? Take a little water break before I do that. Okay. So, next on our list. Is my baby. She's my baby. My other love of my life. Oh my god, I love her so much. You have no fucking idea. You have no idea. I love Leah. I love Leah. You have no idea. I love Leah so fucking much. I could talk about Leah. Okay, so like, I talk a lot about Allison, right? I could do just as much talking about Leah. Just as much. Like, these two, like, the two girls are my most developed and most consistent in terms of, like, my writing. And I just vibe with them so much. And they get so much love, and I just fucking love Leah. I love her so much. Okay, so Leah actually started off as a self-insert. Leah, a lot of Leah's characteristics and backstory, it's kind of like a self-insert, but not anymore. So like, don't worry, it's not weird. It's not really me anymore. At this point, Leah and I are two different people. So, but originally she was very Orias. Oh my god, Orias. Yeah, she was a very self-indulgent OC, incredibly self-indulgent. And it's because out of all the OCs that I've presented, no one was like, shut up! Oh my god, she's a brat in like all sense of the words. Like, she's so needy, and she's such like, she wants your attention for everything. So she's a brat in all sense of the word. I'll just leave it at that. Reminder, we keep things PG-13 here. But yeah, she's a lot. I love her so much. She's so much fun. So she was definitely a self-indulgent kind of muse, because at the time I kind of wanted to explore a different style of writing and like a different genre of writing, if you know what I mean. So I wanted a muse that would allow me to explore that. And like, Allison's very reserved, so like I didn't really feel comfortable putting her in these like romantic situations where clearly it wouldn't fit her character. But you know, Leah's young, and she's like in college, wilding out and whatever, you know, so she's like having fun. And yeah, that's like a big part of her character, you know, the lewd and stuff. But like, Leah, she herself is very fun, because she's like, god, I imagine she's Valley girl. She's not even from the Valley. Like, I imagine she's from LA. She's from like, you know, the Asian area. She's Vietnamese, as you can tell by her last name. That's, you know, like, there's a lot of self-insert, like, a part of my life that I stuck into her. So like, a lot of it was self-insert, but I promise you, a lot of it has changed. Like, we're not the same person anymore. Yes, I imagine she's Valley girl, but I imagine she's Valley girl because she says like a lot. Like, she has those tendencies, not necessarily like, Orias, please. Oh my god. She like, she's like Valley Girl because she says like a lot. Like her speech pattern is very like, how do I say it? Like if she was telling a story, she would say like a lot. And she's just really bubbly and she's just like, she's just really fun, you know? Like she's just trying to like fucking have fun. She was time locked at 20 for a long time, but I aged her up to 21 so she could finally drink. Ayo. Yeah, so she came from a very sheltered religious background, and you know, there's a lot of cultural stuff that ties into that too, but I'm not gonna really touch into it. But Cali girls say like a lot, confirmed. I just love her so much. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, so like basically Leah's story is that she spent a lot of her like growing up, her formative years. She spent a lot of her formative years like exploring the concept of like sexual education and like coupling that with like religion, you know? Like to grow up in a household that like forbade you from learning about anything about your own body and your sexuality and like anything like that, you know? Growing up in a household like that, but also being curious about it. So it's like her whole character is like a balancing act between like wanting to respect like the religion that you grew up with, but also wanting to be your own person. And it's Leah's not really religious anymore, is what the direction she kind of comes in. She's more spiritual, but she isn't just like out to like, you know, cause chaos and everything. Like she is a chaotic character because she's like, you know, she wants attention, she's just like needy, she's just like wants to have fun, and she likes to have fun and, you know, have a good laugh and things like that. But at the same time, she knows when to chill, you know, like she knows she has to keep up her grades in school, she knows to be a good person, things like that. And she's not trying to like ruin her life, but she's trying to be herself and let herself discover who she is, especially because she's still really young. She's one of the younger muses, so like she's just trying to have a good time. Yeah, you can see the bullet points. As you can see, I had a lot of fun with her, you know, exploring herself and things like that. But yeah, oh my god, Leah's so annoying. I say that affectionately. Arise is just having a time. This is so fucking funny. Literally, that's the reaction to Leah. Every time I introduce someone to Leah, that's the reaction. You have no idea. I love her and I hate her. I love her because she's so, like, she's so easy to write. Because you can stick her in, like, any situation and she just kind of, like, goes with it. Because, like, with Allison, she's also a pretty easy character to write because I always have a really strong muse for her. But her character makes her very restrictive. Leah does not care. And there are some AUs where she cares even less than her normal self. Like, she's invincible and she's so extra, as Yon said. Like, she just, oh my god, she's so extra. And that makes her so annoying, but it's like, I love you so much. Gossip besties, exactly, yeah. So some fun facts about Leah. I almost called her Allison. Leah, she is a Cali girl. She also really loves the ocean, specifically the jellyfish. That's like something of me that I stuck into her. She loves jellyfish. I don't like the ocean though. I don't like the beach. But Leah loves the beach. If she would live there, she could. She just loves the beach, loves water. And she loves like the ocean and marine life and things like that. You take her to an aquarium and she's all yours. Like, she just loves the aquarium. I also like the aquarium, but not to like the extent Leah does. She is, I would say, like, in her high school years, she probably wasn't really a party girl. Even like in college, I don't really consider her a party girl, but I feel like she has her moments where she's like full out party girl, go to the club. I really think it just depends on who she's with, you know? But she can be, like, I think that's why I love Leah too, is that she's so dimensional. Because she can be really shy. She's, like, really shy sometimes, like, very reserved. Because she also is very anxious. So, like, her upbringing made her very anxious. And so there's those moments where she's anxious and shy and, like, very, you know, vulnerable. But then there's other times when she's, like, a friggin' brat. And she's just, like, invincible and just, like, in your face and catty and, you know, bodycon dresses, clubbing, things like that. So it really is a spectrum. It just kind of depends on, like, who she's with. But yeah, I have 2 face claims for her as well, because the top 2 are, like, the ones that I use the most. Like, that's her normal appearance, is what I say. The duality of chef's kiss. I love Leah's just so much fun. Like, God, she's just so much fun. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have a personal, like, attachment to her because she did start off as a self-insert or something. But, like, her development has been so much fun. And I'm so glad she's, like, not a self-insert anymore because she would not be this much fun. But I'm actually also glad that I took the chance and made it, like, a self-indulgent decision to be like, hey, we're gonna do this new thing. I don't care anymore. We're gonna do it. Because look at what we came out with. She's amazing and I love her. What else? Oh, top 2 face claim. My first 2 top face claims are, like, her usual self, right? That's kind of, like, the ones that I use the most. And then the bottom 2 are, like, her alternate face claim when she's a little more mature. So, like, that's, like, her adult face claim, like, older, but also kind of, like, when she's more mature and more, like, reserved. So I do have different AUs when she's more, like, withdrawn. Himbo nights. So she's kind of, like, you know, a little more, because, like, I also use that for, like, a very specific AU when she's, like, a research student. But I also use the 2 bottom ones for when she's, like in her, like, theater kid arc, when she, like, moves out to LA by herself and, like, you know, is trying to make it big. So she's very much more reserved in that. Whereas top 2 Leah is, like, party girl, college student, like, trying to, you know, having a wild time. So it's a very nice juxtaposition. I used that word right this time. So yeah, that's Leah. I love her to bits. She's so extra. Oh my god, you have no idea. You really have no idea. It's so fun. Yeah. Any questions? Any comments? Anything else? Oh, I have some fun facts actually. So Leah has nicknames. This is one of my favorite headcanons for her actually. Actually, you know what? Maybe once I finish the slideshow, I'll look up some headcanons that I've posted on Tumblr for, like, my muses, because I think that'd be good. Kieran, it's Leah. It's baby girl. It's her. I love her so much. Oh my god. I've said this so many times because it's true. You did. You made it just in time for Leah. Fun fact about Leah is she, like, so she's Vietnamese, and so she has other names. Oh my god, Leah about to be reason to create a Tumblr? Shut up. Oh my god. I thought about it. I was like, what if I like advertise my Tumblr? And I'm like, no, you're not doing that. I don't even get on Tumblr anymore. But it's like, bro. But you know what? My Tumblr, I'm proud of it. I'm definitely gonna keep it separate from, you know, like, it's not gonna be a public thing, but, you know, I'm proud of it. I like it. You want to revive your own Tumblr? I'm not even on Tumblr anymore. I have a queue. like I queue posts up and like they post when I'm not online. Even that doesn't get full, so I'm kind of like trying my best. Okay, so fun fact about Leah is that her name is Leah, but her family will call her two different names, kind of like a nickname, kind of. And it's one of my favorite headcanons that one of the names that her family will call her is Jin. And Jin, T-R-I-N-H, is like a really, I think it's just a pretty name, which is why I gave it to her. It means like pure or something like that. And so that's one of her nicknames. But the other nickname that her family likes to call her is Tien, T-I-E-N. And Tien it means for fairy. So I thought it'd be cute that it's like, you know, her family would call her a fairy because she's like, she went through a fairy phase. And so she'd like wear fairy wings and just kind of like, you know, pretend to be a fairy. But it's also just kind of like cute, you know? That's one of my favorite headcanons. So, yeah. Any other comments about Leah? Anything else you want to know? Any questions? I gotta go potty, so I'll take a little break before you go potty. New aesthetic to add for Leah, fairy wings. She's so cute. I think she's so cute. Oh, another thing about Leah is that I love compliments to the chef. Thank you. I love the fact that Leah is like my social influencer muse, so she's like the most likely to become like a TikToker or like a streamer or like a YouTuber. I think that's also why I really like Leah, because she's just so with it. She's an Instagram star. She really is. So like she's my most likely one to be like an influencer. She's like a TikToker and whatever. She loves the attention. Look at her, she's so cute. How can you not? How can you not? She's so cute. But yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know about Leah. I'm gonna go potty, but I'll answer your questions once I get back. So breaky time. Hi. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Alright, if there's no other questions about Leah, we can move on. Ah, yes. My boy. My other boy. Thank you for the welcome back. Okay, so this is my boy. Aito was developed when I was in high school. I specifically remember the height of Aito's development occurred when I was in high school because I went to a super nerdy ass high school. Leah being a pastel girl, and yeah, Leah is a pastel girl for sure. Can I smooch him? You could smooch him, except he's really weird about like affection because he doesn't know what it is. I'm kidding, he does, but it's like you can give him a platonic smooch. He'll be fine with that. He is just like, it's so hard to imagine him in a romantic ship because he's just, it's impossible. I'm like, you're not even real. Like, you just, like, in the sense that he's not serious at all, ever. So I'm like, how can you romantically be serious and date someone? What? Yeah, I'm serious! I cannot imagine him dating anyone. There's literally only one ship that I have with him that I actually think makes sense. Everything else doesn't really make sense because I cannot imagine him being romantically involved with anyone. I don't think he's arrow ace though. I just think he's super picky. I actually consider him demi. Yeah. It's just so difficult for him to be paired up with anyone because it really just takes a very specific chemistry. That's why I only have one ship with him. Yeah, I consider him demi. I actually should go back and talk about everyone's sexuality because I kind of skipped over that, but I'll do that later. So Aito was born. He was created when I was in high school because I went to a super nerdy ass high school and I just thought it'd be fun to like make him, I guess. He is Japanese, as you can probably guess by his name. He was from Tokyo. He was born in Tokyo, but he moved to LA because his dad got a job in the US. And so he moved when he was about 4 or so. So, you know, his family was pretty stable, pretty good. The move kind of like exposed Aito to like, you know, the American culture and things like that. So of course he had to learn English and like, you know, brush up on culture shock and, you know, things like that. But he was a good boy. He's a good boy. He, you know, talked a lot. Like, he would not shut up ever about anything. He just was so like eager to make friends. Like, he would not shut up. But also he talks about like really specific things like electronics and stuff because he was that kid. He was that kid who would like tinker and toy with like objects and stuff and like take them apart and put them back together. And like his dad was an architect and his uncle was like an electrician and something. So like he learned a lot of this kind of stuff, like this kind of like, you know, technology kind of stuff, electricity and things like that. And that kind of jumpstart his interest in like the sciences and things like that. But like if you're a kid and you start talking about like capacitors and things like that, other kids probably don't care. But it's okay. It's okay. He figured it out. He found out that pop culture is more interesting to talk about. But he still would not shut up. Still wouldn't shut up. But it's okay. It's endearing like that. So yeah. His bio on my end is pretty short. Some highlights are just like he right now is like a civil engineer, so he does that, but he also freelances as like a computer programmer and graphic designer, so he just kind of like dabbles in that for funsies. He loves things like Rubik's Cubes and like little desk toys, like little gimmicky things like that. And he also really likes Legos. So, oh, he likes snails too. He's my snail boy. So you know how Emil was my frog boy? Aito is my snail boy. Yeah. Aito is also like the definition of like being really, really book smart, but also really stupid. And I love that for him. He's so smart academically, but he's so stupid at the same time. That's him. What else? Drinks a lot of coffee. Hell yeah. Just coffee. He's also a smoker, like a recreational smoker, but he's, you know, trying to kick the habit and things like that. That's kind of something that I don't really touch on a lot in my writing. But that's something that's actually canon, is that he was a smoker. He's blind as shit too, can't see shit. Same, honestly. Slurm! Yes, Aito can meet Slurm. Okay, I think this is like a meme between me and my writing partner, who I ship Aito with my friend's character. So like, Aito's the kind of guy who, like, if he sees a worm on the sidewalk, he just like throw it back on the grass. Just kind of like they're just walking and he sees the fucking worm on the sidewalk, he would like kick that shit over, be like, go back where you came from, like go back to the grass or whatever. Yeah, he's silly. He loves snails. Snails make him happy. I think snails are cute too. So yeah, Aito's kind of silly like that. He's just dumb. But yeah, his aesthetic is very gray, shades, flannel, stripes, grids, techie, you know, stuff like that. I also really like associating him with like nightlife, like Japanese nightlife, like with the neon and stuff. So that's also something I think it's really nice for him. What else? I think that's really it. Oh, Aito's also a really big space guy. I feel like he's more space interested than Cedric is. Cedric is kind of like, space is cool, you know, like it was his childhood, but I think as an adult, I guess as an adult, it's more like romantic to him to like be out and look at space. But what's it called? Aito is like, there's aliens among us. That's Aito. Cedric is like romantic space, like space is so beautiful and I find so much peace in it. And then Aito is like, there's aliens. There's aliens. He wants to go visit the moon. Let him touch the moon. Let him punch the sun. Stuff like that. He's just stupid. I just love him. Yes, I'm glad someone relates to Aito. Aito's very relatable. So I'm glad you can relate to him, Atunias. I physically stopped myself from making an Among Us joke. He's fun. He's definitely my meme character. Like, you know those TikToks of like boys doing stupid shit? That's a very broad category. But like, honestly, Nate and Aito are like the boys you see on TikTok who do stupid shit. Except Nate is like chaotic. Aito is wholesome. Nate's chaotic. Like, he's probably like the guy riding in a Walmart shopping cart at like 3 in the morning. Aito is like, I love my wife. He's that kind of energy. He's such a good boy. He's so wholesome. But also he's the chaotic of like, let me ride a mattress down the staircase type of thing. Yeah, that's him. But I love Aito because like he was a really good outlet from when I was in high school and was doing a lot of sciencey stuff. So it was really fun for me to like put all of what I was learning in school into a muse and actually make it interesting. Now I don't know shit about science, so it's harder for me to write him because I don't know shit. But he's still a meme, so that makes it more fun. Was Aito a leash child? Is he the leash child? He's... Actually? I've never thought about that. I've actually never thought about that. I feel like he'd be a leash child as an adult. If that makes sense. Like, he's so much more chill as a kid. Like, he was so much more chill as a kid, but I don't think he needed a leash as a child. But, like, now as an adult and he's independent and chaotic, I feel like he needs to be leashed. 'Cause, like, please. Yeah, because he just does stupid shit as an adult. Like, as a kid, he was fine. But, like, as an adult, he just does more stupid shit. Leash adult. Yeah. Give him like a little monkey one. Little monkey backpack. They can't meet ever? That's like the same energy. It's just like, he's stupid. I love him. He's so fun because he's silly. He's a silly muse. He's a silly muse. Like, Nate is like meme too, but he's like self-deprecating, like dark, edgy kind of meme. But Aito's like really wholesome and like really silly and just like, oh, do you know that video? Okay, this is a very specific video, but do you know that video of like this dude who like bought a hand soap dispenser, and it's like the hand soap dispenser that like makes flowers, and he's like super excited about it, and he's like running around and shit, and he's like hee, and then he does it. That's Aito. Let me see if I can actually find that. I really want to see that now. Flower hand soap TikTok or something. I'm trying to find that dude. There's like I found him! Oh my god, is this it? Is this him? Hang on, let me mute this real quick. Let me mute this real quick. I'm gonna mute the music real quick, sorry. I need to find this. Why the hell did TikTok make me confirm my age? What? Okay, whatever. Let me see it! I hate it. They didn't even show me the TikTok I needed. What the fuck? I hate it. Show me the TikTok. Is this it? Is this it? No. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, this is him! This is him! Oh my god, this is him! Here. Wait. I have more TikToks I want to show you. Hang on. That reminds me of another one that I want to show you. Please hold. So that's him, but this is also him. God, this one's so fucking funny. Hang on. Which one's the better one? This one. Oh my god, please. These are the ones that I associate with him. It's so good. Okay. That's my boy. It's so fucking good. I love my son. Oh my god, he's so stupid. He's my comedic relief, as you can probably tell. He's my comedic relief. There's nothing serious about him at all. I think the one time that I have actually written something serious for him was like his experience as like an Asian American male in America. That's, you know, with like racial stuff. That's probably the most serious headcanon I've ever written about him. Everything else is like, he likes snails. He likes the stars. You know, like stupid shit like that. But the one serious one was like made years ago, so I don't even know. Yeah. That's my boy. Any questions about my boy? There's only one left. There's only one more homie left, so yeah. Okay, but what type of coffee he like? I don't know anything about coffee. I feel like he would just drink it like really boring. Like, I don't know if he would drink it black though. I don't think he would drink it black. Maybe he would on some days, but I feel like maybe he just drinks like really basic. Yeah, like cream and sugar, like really basic. I don't think he's like a frap latte kind of like a Starbucks kind of guy. I think he just makes his own coffee at home. But he drinks a shit ton of it, so. Yeah. What is up with this music? What is happening? Hang on, we're going back to my playlist. Cause I have to chill. Damn, hang on. There we go. Yeah, I think he's just like basic with his coffee. Leah's the one who would drink like sugary ass coffee. Leah's the one that's like, I want a freaking frappuccino that has like all the sugar in it. She likes her coffee with her sugar. So that's Leah. That's the one. I think Aito's more like he can drink the bitter stuff. Yeah. Any other questions? Anything else? No? A baby! A baby! So she's actually a baby because she's the youngest muse, but also she's a baby because she's 15, so she's the youngest. But she's also a baby because she's the newest muse that I've ever added. I've probably only had her for like a year or so, maybe two, I don't know, maybe like 2 years or so. She's very new, and her development isn't as great as the others, but she has potential, you know? She has a lot of potential, which is why I like Grace, because she has a lot of potential for great things, literally and figuratively. Let me pull up my little thingy thing real quick, hang on. Also, I would like to let y'all know that I accidentally let my playlist play for too long because I was on Spotify, right? So I let Spotify do its thing, and I think I'm playing copyrighted music. Like I was at one point, but it's okay. I'll be fine. Hopefully. It's like all lo-fi stuff, so like, hopefully I'll be fine. We'll see. We'll see! Anyway, Grace. I don't know if DMC's gonna strike me down though. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I actually really don't know. Cause it's all lo-fi stuff, so I'm like I don't really know. I don't know. Okay, so Grace. Yes, so Grace is a baby. She is truly the athlete that I will never be. Because I just cannot with sports. But Grace is the all wonderful athlete. Her conception was very interesting because I think I was definitely inspired by the movie Bad Genius, which is I want to say it's a Thai movie. Let me make sure. Yes, it's a Thai movie from 2017, and dude, that movie was actually really, really good. I recommend it. So Bad Genius is about a group of kids who like cheat their way through like a national exam. So like imagine a test that's like the GRE or like the SAT. So the main girl, she's like a genius, right? And her thing is that she gets kind of like she kind of like gets persuaded to help a bunch of her friends cheat through school, and so she comes up with like these really cool techniques to kind of like help, like kind of like Morse code but like more complex, to communicate answers to people when they need her to like give them answers for during tests and stuff. So it's like it's a movie about cheating during tests and like exams and stuff. So it's a whole movie about academic dishonesty, and it's amazing because the main girl is literally a genius, but she's now using her genius to like not only stay in school and, you know, keep her scholarship, but now she's helping all these rich people who are her friends get into their school of choice. So she's taking a huge risk for them. So in a way, that premise was mixed into Grace. But I also mixed Cyrano de Bergerac into her story, and Cyrano de Bergerac is a story about this dude who's basically a ghostwriter. So he, like, is in love with this girl, but so is this guy. And so the guy, the pretty guy, Cyrano de Bergerac is ugly, by the way. I should mention that. Cyrano de Bergerac himself is ugly. He's not an attractive man, but he's really good at writing beautiful words, like beautiful poems and stuff. Here comes this dude Christian, who's a beautiful man, but he's stupid. So they team up, and Christian is like, Cyrano, my dude, please help me. I cannot woo a girl for my life. Please help me. I really want to marry her. And Cyrano is like, well, shit. Yeah, it's really good. So Cyrano de Bergerac like helps Christian woo the girl through words, and he's a ghostwriter. So the girl, I forgot her name, but the girl was like, you know, she thought that Christian was writing her these letters all these time, but really it was Cyrano. At the very end, the girl finds out that Cyrano was the one who's writing these letters, but it's too late now because Cyrano's gonna die, blah blah blah, whatever. So I mixed the two concepts together. Here's a girl, Grace, who is a hustler. That's how I would describe her. She's a hustler. She's always looking for opportunities to make a quick buck. She's always looking for opportunities to kind of like, you know, get a Roxanne, yeah, to get ahead. And so Grace is really smart. Straight A student, honor student, like prime college candidate, you know, stuff like that. But she also, you know, wants a little money. She lives alone with her dad, so like she, I guess, like in a way she's herself like responsible to kind of help out with the family. So she does things like tutoring and stuff like that, but also she does quote unquote tutoring, which is like doing other people's homework and like, you know, helping them cheat through exams and stuff. But at the same time, she'll also do stuff like modern day Cyrano de Bergerac, where it's like, let me make your Tinder profile, or like, let me text this girl for you because you obviously don't know what you're doing. But it's interesting enough, Grace herself is very reserved and cold. Like, she doesn't mean to be cold. It's just kind of like how she is. She does warm up considerably around the right people, but she's cold because she just doesn't really care to fall in love necessarily. So whenever she does fall in love, it's definitely a surprise to her. But she's not like immune to love. Like, she doesn't hate it. She doesn't think she's like above it or anything. She doesn't think poorly of people who are in love. It intrigues her actually. But because of her parents like falling out and like their divorce, she kind of has like mixed feelings about it. Like, she knows it's like it can hurt people as much as it can make people happy. And so Grace just kind of like uses that to her advantage. Like, she's in high school now, you know, people are trying to date, people are trying to like, you know, get dates for dances and stuff. So she puts that skill to use, and, you know, for the most part, she's pretty good about being sneaky. But I have written some plots where she's gotten caught, but those haven't really gotten anywhere yet, so I haven't really gotten to explore that side of her. But she's a good noodle. She's a good girl. I love the idea of her going on to like be like an entrepreneur, like an actual entrepreneur, where like she owns, like, she's like the CEO of her own company, or like just really high up on the boards and stuff like that. She's very put together. She's very mature. So yeah, love that for her. She's still a relatively new character, so I don't have like any deep dives into her like I did with Allison or Leah. But like I said, she has potential, and I'm excited for her. But yeah. All right. Anything else? Any other questions y'all wanna ask? Yeah. So like, do y'all care to know headcanons, or like, y'all have any questions or directions or anything in general? Yes. Like, you want to see my headcanons? Okay. Alright, well. Yes? Okay. Well, I guess I'll go back in order. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Let's go look up some stuff for Allison. Shit. What the fuck? Oh. I was like, what do I do? Okay. Okay. So Allison. Oh, my bad. Fucked it up. Okie dokie. Let me see if I find some cool stuff about Allison. Allie, sweet girl. Allie, sweet girl. So I had canon that Allie is Pan. I also had canon that, let's see, Allie, baby girl, sweet angel, sweet girl. Let's see. Oh, one headcanon is that Allison really likes lipstick. That's like, she loves lipstick in the sense that she likes wearing it, but she also like just likes collecting it. Interestingly enough, just because like sometimes lipstick is pretty, you know, it's very pleasing, so she loves lipstick. She also likes bunnies. I think I wrote that in the thing. Yeah, she likes bunnies, so she's a little bunny girl. Hey yo, lipstick friends? Lipstick friends. Okay. I'm trying to find a good headcanon that's like not too saucy. Because a lot of the headcanons that I've written about Allison are like about her previous line of work. And I'm not too comfortable talking about that on stream right now. But I've written a lot about it. And I've already talked about how she genuinely hates, like, she has no love for the people who harmed her. I've talked about how she wants to be a mom. Oops, wrong way. What else? What else do I have for her? That's a little more appropriate for stream. Let's see. Okay, well, I do have like one. Oh, I made a headcanon that Allison is a Chanel and Dior girl. I headcanon that's part of her aesthetic, is that she's a Chanel and Dior girl. Not that she owns it necessarily, but like she likes the aesthetic of those products. Let's see what else. I guess I don't really have a lot of headcanons for her right now. Oh, actually, let me look on something else. Let me look on something else real quick. Okay. Yeah, she's a Chanel and Dior girl. I think that's fun. I haven't thought about that in so long, but it's true. She's a Chanel and Dior girl. Oh, Allison likes salad. That's a fun one too. She eats, I always say she eats like a rabbit. She likes eating her vegetables, and like she'll eat a lot of salad. Not because she like of like her body image or anything, or like, you know, anything that's like diet culturally. She just likes salad. She just likes eating vegetables. So that's one. that I do. Allison can run in heels. She can run in heels. She's very good at running in heels. She's too powerful. She's too good. She can run in heels. Allison speaks very, like... Well, one fun headcanon I have is about accents. So one of my favorite things to think about is that my French muses have an accent when they speak English. But I talk mostly about it with Allison. She has a slight accent when she speaks. I think the one who probably doesn't really have much of an accent anymore is Nate. And that's because he's traveled back and forth to like, from like New York and whatever the fuck his hometown is. And I feel like being in New York for a few years has kind of like, I don't know. I don't think it eliminated his accent, but it gives it something different. But yeah, Allison has an accent, but also she speaks very proper. So like some quirks that I've headcanoned is that she'll say stuff like "oh dear" or "surely." She'll say yes instead of yeah, and she'll say like mother and father instead of mom and dad. She'll say like "I suppose" and "quite frankly." So she'll say phrases like that. I like this headcanon. What else do I do? Emil does some. Oh wait. Well, yeah. I'll just talk about everyone right now. So Emil, for his headcanons, for his speech headcanon, he'll say stuff like sure thing, or like I guess, or you know, no worries. But he'll still say like mother, father, but he'll switch between yeah and yes. He'll also say like kiddo and bud. Don't worry about it. Things like that. Cedric speaks in a very condescending kind of way. He'll speak very mocking, like he speaks very patronizing in a way. Let's see. Going back to Allison and Emil real quick, I feel like Allison's speech is very proper and formal because it was really drilled into into her, whereas Emil was kind of like allowed to like kind of not as strictly be formal or like, you know, like that. Like an or character? Wait, what do you mean? Let me see. Okay, so that's kind of what I pictured for Emil and Allison. Like the comparison between those two is that Allison's more drilled into being like proper, and so she's like, oh, I don't know that one. Oh, I don't know that one. For Cedric, he speaks very condescendingly. He'll say stuff like, oh, or like disappointing. How disappointing? What a shame. I'd rather not. He don't say. But he'll also like have moments where he's more casual. Like he'll say stuff like, look man, or like, you know, things like that. But I think it's more reserved for when he's talking to like Nate or someone like he's very out of his element, you know? Yeah, he's super snooty. And then Nate, this is why I say he's like kind of a meme. Because he'll say stuff like, my guy, hella, fuck off, no thanks. And then please, like PLS. And then alright. And like, he always speaks in a very monotone voice. Like, it's very disinterested. He's not really interested in the conversation. Even if he is interested in the conversation, he probably sounds like very flat. No, why is Nate me? Nate is also me. I talk like that too. But I feel like that's a lot of his speech. Is just like very casual. And he curses a lot, clearly, obviously. He's very blunt with his words. What other headcanons do I have about Allie? that's really it. I feel like these other headcanons that I've written are kind of not relevant. Okay. I do have one interesting thing I do want to say about Allison, though. Has Allie considered kids' names for her kids? Oh, that's cute. No, she has not. And that's partly on me as the writer, too, because picking names for kids is, like, the hardest fucking thing. It's so difficult. But she has not. I actually feel like Allie as a character, yes, she has. Do I know what they are? No. Because as the writer, I cannot pick names. It's so hard to pick names. But I feel like as a character, yes, Allison probably has thought about baby names. For both, if it's a boy and a girl. What else do I have? Let's see. Okay. Well, I think one thing that I do want to talk about that I think is interesting is that Allison, I do have a very alternate universe kind of world where it's like, instead of leaving Grant the moment that she did, because when she leaves, it's during a very pivotal, it's a very heightened like point in their relationship. Like, it's during a fight, right? And Grant does something to Allison that makes her kind of like makes her leave. And so I've headcanoned that I'm trying to read like these things real quick, but I'm also trying to like tell you a story. Give me a second, sorry. Blah 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 blah. Okay. So I was saying how there's an alternate universe that I have, where it's like, instead of leaving Grant the way that day that she did, she comes back to him. And they go down a path where eventually they get married and they have a kid. And that AU is very interesting to me. I actually read a little snippet from something like that when she was a single mother. Back when I did my Shima story stream, I actually read a snippet from that AU where Allison, it was Mother's Day, and Allison's kid with Grant like got her a present, and you could tell Allison was kind of like not really like fond of having Grant there, but like, you know, he's still the father of her child, so she puts up with him and things like that. But that AU is really interesting to me because there's a lot of points. That AU, writing that AU actually made me like pinpoint the time. Yeah. So writing the single parent AU for Allison made me pinpoint the ages at which Allison, like the milestones in her life. So like when did she graduate from high school? When did she go into college? When did she start dating Grant? When did they get married? Things like that. And it all happens very fast. And it's interesting because it's interesting to see Allison go from like the extended timeline of her being with Grant and him still being like a shitty person, and them getting married and having a kid, and Allison having this kid and being like, I can't do this. Like, she cannot raise this child with this man. She'd rather just take the child on her own. And she does. And it's a very interesting AU. I don't get to do much with it a lot of the times, but the amount of love Allison has for her child in that AU is so sweet. So good. And I think it's just interesting to talk about like married life with Grant and Allison, because clearly they did not have a good marriage. They did not have a good marriage. And just like, you see more red flags of like where things fall apart between him in Allison and how that shapes her as an individual, as a mother too. So interesting. That's just something that was off the top of my head because I was thinking about it earlier. Okay, I think that's for Allison's headcanons. Do I have any interesting one for Emmy? I call Emil Emmy. Fun fact, we call him Emmy. Let's see. God, I hope I don't get DMC striked. Okay, let me see if I have any cool ones for Emil. Besides the fact that he likes frogs. Oh my god. I made a headcanon that Emil collects target birds. I still stand by that, actually. He collects target birds, absolutely. He has a target bird collection, I believe it. I have a target bird collection. If I have a target bird collection, so will Emil. Alright, what else do I have to do? A camping trip of Emil and Aito would be very funny. I think I want to say I have a verse where it's Emil, Aito, and then someone else's character, and they're like a trio of friends, and like it's fun. It's a fun dynamic. Aito and Emil going camping, it wouldn't be the worst, but it would be pretty chaotic. It wouldn't be the worst though. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Just because like Aito doesn't like, yeah, he's kind of a hermit, like he kind of like stays inside a lot, but I mean, he's not like an incel, right? Like he'll go outside. Okay, what else do I have? I don't really have much in terms of headcanons for Emil. Not anything that's like interesting, I guess you could say. Let's see. Yeah, not much for Emil in terms of headcanons that I posted. So we'll move on to this boy, I guess. For this boy. Whoops! Let's see what I got for him. I don't actually have anything for him. I don't really talk about Cedric. Oh wait, hang on, sorry. Yeah, I don't really talk about Cedric very often, so like I don't really make a lot of headcanons for him. There's definitely muses that like I'll make more headcanons about compared to others, just because like it comes more naturally. Like I have a bunch of headcanons about Allison, but they're all about like sensitive topics, so I don't really want to like divulge in that right now. Oh, I guess one that's pretty harmless is that I associate Cedric a lot with the sun. And I think that makes sense why. I think it's just in his personality. Actually, I think this one's an interesting one. So it says tag the sun and moon OCs, and so I tagged the sun as Allison, Emil, Cedric, and Grace. And then for the moon, I tagged Leah, Aito, Nate, but also Grace, because I feel like I could see both of them. Grace could be the sun and moon. Whether that means like aesthetic wise or like they just like the moon versus the sun, interesting. Yeah. So that's a pretty cute one actually. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of stuff for Cedric because I don't care about him. JK, I do, but not really. What else do I have? Let's see. Oh wait, sorry. Let me do something real quick. I forgot to do something. I forgot to share Emil is also Demi. It's kind of hard to ship him with someone. Emil is Demi. And then Cedric is also Pan. Nate is Pan? He's Pan. I think a lot of my users are Pan. Leah's definitely Pan. And then Aito is Demi. What am I doing? Oh, Nate. Nate likes dogs. I mentioned that earlier. I guess at the very end of stream, I could go into their health headcanon. I think that's probably the most interesting headcanon that I've written. I've literally quoted the DMC5. Sorry, DSM. DSM5. I was like, that's not what it is. I've literally quoted and cited the DSM5 to write that headcanon, so we're gonna talk about it later. But in terms of like other headcanons, I don't really write much for these two. Yeah, not much for them. I don't even know if Aito has any headcanons. Leah has a bunch of headcanons. I know for a fact Leah's got stuff to talk about. Leah's got a shit ton of stuff to talk about because she's Leah. Let's see. Leah, sweetie, give me something good. Ah. Leah's the jealous type. That's accurate. That's still accurate. She's the jealous type. Let's see. Leah owns a giant Rilakkuma plushie. That's also still very accurate. Let's see. What else do I have? Oh! Her cat! Oh my god! I didn't talk about Leah's cat! Leah has a cat. And it's a Scottish fold cat. And his name is Pudding. And he has 0 brain cells. Actually, he probably has like 1. He has head empty. Just absolute nothing in his head. Hugo has more stuff in his head than Pudding does. Leah has a cat named Pudding. I can't believe I forgot to put that in the slide. Can't believe I forgot that. How could I ever forget Pudding? Leah also has an angel verse that's pretty fleshed out, but like she's not a good angel, if you get what I mean. She's very bad at her job. She's terrible. I love her for it. She also wears ankle bracelets. Leah's an anklet kind of girl. She thinks they're cute. She also is low-key a crystal girl, but not really. I think she's like a wannabe crystal girl. Is that it? Oh, okay. Hang on, let me look at this other one. I have 2 sources that I'm flipping back and through. I love how Arias is like, give me Leah. Okay, so this is specific to Leah's Spyverse. So if you don't know what Spyverse is for my characters, it's basically a dystopian world where... God, how do I sum this? Is Mars still even here? Is Mars still even here? How do I even describe Spyverse? Spyverse is a dystopian world where I don't want to say a government entity because they're not really a private organization is conducting like really questionable research using like society's like quote unquote second class individuals who in their eyes are like people who are like reformed criminal criminals or like runaways people like who could benefit them in their research, I guess. Like they'll target like veterans and things like that. I wouldn't say they're second class because of these things, but they're treated as second class once they get admitted into the organization. So they recruit people for like really questionable experiments, and they become what they're called hounds. And hounds are kind of like superhuman individuals, and they assist handlers who are field agents that do like espionage and things like that. So in Leah's spyverse, she is a hound. So she is an experiment. She's superhuman. She's not human. She undergoes a lot of development. And what's interesting about Leah is that she's terrifying in this verse. She's so small. She's like 5'1". She's probably like in her 20s. She's super young, and she looks like a little, like she looks childish. Like she's like, she just looks like a, you know, she looks like she's absolutely harmless. But because of her enhancements and everything, she's actually really deadly. But also, she's an incredibly reckless fighter because she thinks she's invincible. And I say that in the way that she will fight until she burns herself out. And like, it's fun to play her in Spyverse because she's so deadly. Because like in her normal verse, she's like a big crybaby. You know, like she likes to pretend like she's all that, but she's also a big crybaby. But like in her Spyverse, she's actually pretty deadly. And she's paired up with Aito in that. And yeah, I think Spy Leah is a very interesting one because she chose to become a hound, actually. She chose this way of life because her other option was to be a runaway. So she chose to be a hound and kind of stay with Aito, who actually saved her in that verse. And I could talk about Spyverse for a long time, but that's another day. I also headcanon that because Leah like grew up going to like Sunday school and stuff like that, she has all the tea on the people. So like, you know how Sunday school, there's like the Sunday school leaders and things like that? She has like all the tea on like the people and like what they do when they're not in church. So these people who are like holier than thou in church, and then like outside they be doing like shady stuff. She's like, I see you. So I love Leah because she's like really messy like that. What else do I have for her? Leah, so cool. Okay. Does she have future aspirations, goals? Yes, that's a good question actually. Yes. So, Leah, in her normal verse, like if she doesn't have a partner or anything, she's a psychology major, and so she's studying psychology. And she actually, I always headcanon that her end goal is to be a educational psychologist, I think is what it's called. So these are the psychologists. It's a little bit different than like school psychologists. Like it's not a school counselor, but they kind of do a little more in the sense that educational psychologists like conduct like assessments on kids to kind of like gauge, I guess, like I don't know if it's like their development necessarily, but they will conduct assessments and kind of like help a child kind of like help them adjust to school life. And so I always headcanon that Leah goes on to study that. Instead of like being a therapist or something, she goes on to work with kids. Because I also headcanon that Leah's really good with kids because she grew up having to like take care of her cousins and stuff, her little cousins and stuff. So she takes care of like kids. She babysits and things like that. So she's really good with taking care of kids. And so she wants to work with kids. And I think being a educational psychologist is something that fits her really well. So that's kind of like her thing. Like if she's like independent and like finishes school and stuff like that. Yeah, she's really sweet. Like she's really cute in that regard. Like she just, you know, she has goals in life and stuff. I say without a partner and without like a relationship and things like that because Leah has a track record of she's not a gold digger, but she just gets spoiled. Like that's like her reputation at this point is just Leah. Oh Leah. Oh Leah. She's like trophy wife material sometimes. She always like jokes around about that, I always imagine. But Leah has the capacity to actually finish school and, you know, that's like her goal when she's in school. Stuff happens and like, yeah, she's a material girl. Exactly, she's a material girl. She's so funny like that though. Because at that point, she's definitely not working. But if she has to support herself, she will decide to work. So that's another thing that I think it's fun. Oh, I have a headcanon that Leah cuts her own bangs. She cuts her own bangs. Yes, she cuts her own bangs. She styles her own hair. I love that headcanon. I forgot about that. So accurate though. She cuts her own bangs. Styles her own hair. Love that for her. Okay. I think... Oh, Leah can wear mom jeans. Yeah, that's a cute one too. I like that. Leah would probably wear mom jeans. But... yeah, I think that's really it for Leah in terms of like what I want to share. Yeah, Leah's fun. She's always fun. There's a lot of interesting things about Leah. Could talk about her for a really long time. Okay, who else is next? My boy! I don't even know if I have headcanons for him, honestly. Because I don't post him very often. I just know he likes snails. I just know that he likes snails and that he does not like know how to date people ever. Oh, I do headcanon though that when Aito was in high school, he kind of went through a very like abrupt like fuck authority kind of phase. So he was like really rebellious in school, like in high school specifically. It was during at that part that like he would still like get good grades and stuff, but he was also like a pain in the ass to be around. But that like he chilled out a lot once college hit. What's Aito's usual order in Starbucks, or does he make different custom orders every time? Ooh, that's a good question. I think Aito would change up his order every time if he went to Starbucks. I say that because I feel like most of the time he just makes his own coffee, like at home, because it's cheaper. So going to Starbucks is like a treat. So it's like going to like a boba shop and like buying a different coffee every time, or like a different drink every time, you know? He probably has like a handful of favorites, but I don't know if he would drink like a frap. Like frappuccinos are Leah's thing. Like absolutely they are Leah's things. I don't know if Ida would drink a frappuccino, but he's probably like a latte dude. He's probably not super bougie or anything though. He's like, you know, pretty easy to please. So he's probably not gonna like ask for something super crazy. Probably orders off the menu, honestly. Whatever on the menu is. Okay. I think that's it for Aito. Oh, wait, actually. Oh, I made a headcanon that Aito and Leah are really pretty on the outside, but they're stupid on the inside. They're dumb on the inside. It's okay. We still love them. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for Aito. I don't really have a lot of headcanons for these later muses because I don't talk about them as much. That's why they're kind of sparse. I also think I've told like enough. I've sprinkled in a few headcanons now and then. Oops. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have much about Grace either. Although I will say that I guess like the feeling that I have with Grace is that sports mean a lot with her. Oh, let me see. I love Grace with Elise. Honestly, I feel like that relationship like has helped me build up Grace as a character. I actually feel like Grace and Elise is the potential, like it's why I've kept Grace around, because there's genuine potential between them, and also like it makes sense. It just makes sense, and it pushes Grace to like go outside her box, which I love a lot. And yeah, I just love them a lot. And you know that song I've showed you before, Little Miss Perfect, that's Grace, you know, so it's really nice. So that's why I like enjoy writing Grace, because you know she's trying to figure it out, and it's a different headspace when you're 15, you know. So yeah. Also, Grace likes bread. She's a true bread girl. She loves bread. Sweet bread, savory bread. Give her bread. I was gonna say that also Grace really likes sports. And I feel like I've never played sports, but I know sports can definitely make... It elicits a lot of emotions, you know? There's a lot of pride in it. And so I feel like Grace is no different. You know, she's very like cold and stoic and very composed most of the time, but I feel like sports and playing sports really just taps something into her. It just really does something for her. Yeah, I can imagine it being very emotional. Like, I mean, like, just watching, like, the World Cup. Just watching, like, esports and things like that. Like, people are literally crying, you know? So it's a very genuine thing, and I feel like it's interesting for me to see Grace be paired with that, because she's so stoic and so cold and unemotional a lot of the times, but then you see her play sports, and she's, like, a completely different person, so it's fun. Alright, I'm gonna do one more headcanon, and that's gonna be my grand mental health conditions headcanon. It's very detailed, but it's also very medical, so I don't really consider it inappropriate, but it is very medical. Yeah, I said esports. Yeah, I did. Man, you made me see them cry. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do the last headcanon post, but before I do that, I'm gonna get water because I'm thirsty. Alright, so I'm gonna BRB, get some water, and then I'll be back to read the last headcanon, and then we'll call it for the night. So, yeah! Hi, I have hydrated. I was talking this entire time and I was holding my water bottle and it was empty and I was like, I'm so sad. But I had to find a good stopping point. So I think this is a good stopping point for me to get hydrated. But yeah, that was my PowerPoint. Oh my god, you'd smooch them. Like I said, they've gone through a lot of development and I really like enjoy writing them. I don't really write as much as I used to, but I mean, they're important to me. You know, they've been part of my life for a really long time. I've met a lot of great people through them. They mean a lot to me. And like the fact that I'm sharing it, I will put all but the Garbo Boys in my pocket, as you should. Yeah, I don't really blame you. Garbo Boys don't deserve the pocket. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm just like, thank y'all for stopping by because I really don't get to talk about them very much outside of my writing. So thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, y'all are so sweet. I just like, I'm proud of them, you know? I'm really proud of my characters and developing them and things like that. I really like Aito. Good, yeah. You two are we're relatable, you know? Have a common ground. I just make him fun. He's not meant to be someone serious. So when people like do serious stuff with Aito, I'm kind of like, not really the one for that. Pick a different one. Pick a different one. Anyone else but him. Before I go though, we are gonna talk about one more headcanon. It's a very long one, like I said. That's just why I wanted some water. But it's very medical, so like I don't really know how like if that makes people uncomfortable or not. I don't know, but it's your choice to stay or not. That's the end of my PowerPoint though. I'm just gonna be reading off my notes that I have off screen. But it's just gonna be like about my headcanons on their medical status and things like that. And I'm reading it because it's like a mini research paper. So we're gonna read it! Yeah! Let me get some water real quick. I spilled water over myself. That's great. That's awesome. Okay. Plus Hugo the cat. Hugo the cat is very sweet. Hugo's an orange tabby, so he's already a himbo. He's already a silly cat. And then, what's it called? Pudding being a little Scottish fold with little legs. Also super cute. Pudding is chonky. I will say Pudding is chonky. Hugo's not as chonky, but you know, he's a good boy too. And his 2 brain cells? Yes! His 2 brain cells! Okay, so let me go back to that headcanon that I had before about the hell. If I could find it. I should be able to find it. Is this it? Is this it? I think this is it. Is this it? Is it? Oh, it is! Hell, fuck yeah. Okay. Alright. So I guess like content warning, mental illness, mental health, trauma, eating disorder, depression, unaliving, anxiety. So these are like just all the conditions that are coming up. I'm gonna explain them more, obviously, but if anything at any point makes you uncomfortable, feel free to leave. Take care of yourself. All right. So starting off, we have Allison, and as I've mentioned before, Allison does have a variety of conditions that I've headcanoned her to have, based off of what she's gone through and just based off of how she behaves as a character. Everything for Allison, everyone technically is undiagnosed except for Nate. Nate has been through the clinical process, and so he's been diagnosed, but everyone else is kind of like, they just kind of live with it, with their conditions without really getting it treated. Of course, there's some timelines when they do get treatments and stuff, but for the most part, in their normal day-to-day, they're kind of just living with it. Maybe they like speculate they have something wrong, but they're not actively in treatment or anything like that. Okay, so I guess how do I want to do this? Because it's a lot of words, so I'm trying to see how the best way to do this. Okay, well, I'm just gonna probably like summarize it. It's probably the best way to do this, because like I said, this post in particular, I'm literally quoting the DSM-5, but I probably don't need to do that right now. So let me just figure out what to say. Okay, so the first thing that I headcanon Allison to have is something called unspecified feeding or eating disorder. And like I said, it's undiagnosed. And so this is a disorder that it's considered an eating disorder, but it doesn't fit the other categories of an eating disorder, like you know, the other ones that are more known. So it's kind of like there's a lot of criteria that come with diagnosing and like evaluating an individual and trying to pinpoint like which one it could be. And there's a lot of things you have to take into consideration, like how long have these symptoms been going on for, is it like impacting your life in a negative way, like is it like is it like significant, you know? You have to weigh all these things out. And so for Allison, she exhibits abnormal eating behaviors because she like restricts sometimes, and she also has like a very disturbed perception of her body image, but it doesn't fit the other categories for an eating disorder. But also these behaviors don't normally last longer than 3 months, which is a time period that the DSM-5 quotes as something that needs to happen. Usually for Allison, she'll like restrict eating now and then, but like it's not like to an extent where it's harmful to her necessarily, but it is a little abnormal, which is also why she's underweight. If you really think about it, for her height, she's underweight. And also this particular disorder is kind of why I think she might have a hard time conceiving a child as well, just because of your BM, like your weight, like your health in that regard. It does kind of affect what is it called when you have a baby, when you get pregnant? I can't remember the word, but that process. Conception, yes. I was thinking of a different word, but that's okay. Wait, I'm thinking of the wrong word. Wait, no. No, it's okay. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. It's okay. So yeah, so Allison has a history of kind of like abnormal eating behaviors, and it's kind of stemmed from high school, because high school was a very like hard time for her. So that's kind of where I imagine her habits kind of start. Okay, so the next thing that I have on the list is PTSD, so post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is a very interesting one, and well, let me not phrase it like that. There's something called, okay, I say interesting because there's post-traumatic stress disorder, but there's also something called acute stress disorder. So acute stress disorder is right after the event, right after something traumatic, like 3 days to like a month, like a very short period of time. And if it's something that's in a short period of time like that, it's considered acute because it's a very short period of time and you get over it, right? But for Allison, it's extended way beyond a month, right? So because of her symptoms and everything extending for way beyond a month or so, it's classified as post-traumatic stress disorder rather than acute stress disorder. I just bring that up because I put it in here and I think it's interesting because, again, the timeline of symptoms is important when it comes to the DSM-5, and of course, like severity and things like that too. But it's all very complicated, which is why I could never be a therapist. I could never. It's actually a psychologist, clinical psychologist. I could never. Okay, so Allison has PTSD, undiagnosed as well, and this is a result of her SA and also her SW that she went through, in her life. So some of her symptoms that I associate specifically with her is that she has reoccurring distressing dreams related to traumas, so like nightmares and everything like that. So and it causes like distress, you know. So that's something that I imagine she has a lot. I headcanon a lot she has is that she has very distressing dreams. She's very avoidant of things. So she'll avoid like reminders of incidents. She'll avoid like anything related to the trauma, which makes sense. Which is also why she avoids like being around Nate or like talking about Cedric or like anything about that. She just avoids it. And if it's like a specific location or a specific item that like maybe, I don't know, she has an association with, she'll avoid that as well. Negative changes in mood and cognition after experiencing the traumatic event. So this is something that I've written about before. I've actually written a short story between Cedric and Allison where she tells him what happened. And that's a very heavy piece, but it ties into this because she doesn't remember, right? Her memories are distorted, and that's something that's a symptom of this is dissociative amnesia. And so, like, it messes with her cognition. And so she doesn't really remember a lot of stuff. And, you know, she blames herself for that. So that's also something that is considered a symptom as well. And then, of course, there's also hypervigilance and an exaggerated startle response. Problems with concentration and sleep, difficulty staying asleep or like going to sleep. Allison's very easy to startle, and like she's always like very alert of people around her, especially if she's in a really unfamiliar space. So that's all stemming from PTSD. She also has something called, this is a very gynecological one. So this is kind of like related to like women's health type of thing, but it's also a very psychological one, which I think is interesting as well. So she experiences something called genitopelvic pain. So you can probably imagine what it is. It's pain during normal like intercourse, right? That's like what that's bluntly what it is. Like, there's no other way to really explain it. And it's interesting because this is all psychological. And I point this out because in some cases of this, it's normal. Like before, like maybe before you were fine, right? Like nothing, no pain, nothing, it's all fine. But then after an incident, it's incredibly difficult for things to progress. And it's a psychological thing. You're stressed out, you know, like there's like things you can't control. And so that's why I put it here, because it affects her in that case. And yeah, that one's a little sensitive. I don't really want to talk too much about that one, but it's very relatable in the sense that a lot of women experience it, you know, and they might not know why, because it can be a psychological thing, but it can also be a physical thing. Like maybe your body is just, you know, like maybe it's like a biological thing that causes you pain, or like it's a psychological thing where you have to get into the headspace to enjoy intimacy. So yeah, that's that. That's for Allison, my sweet girl. She didn't deserve any of it. For Nate, everything for Nate is diagnosed technically. So just kind of like briefly going over what he has. A lot of his disorders are connected. Like they kind of like lead into one another. Like for one example, oppositional defiant disorder, it leads into conduct disorder. Like it'll kind of like it'll kind of happen together, you know, like a lot of kids who have ODD, oppositional defiant disorder, they'll go on to have conduct disorder. It just kind of depends on the age as well for that. Okay, so Nate as a kid. Let's see. Reactive attachment disorder, which is where you're emotionally withdrawn towards caregivers. And this is kind of what I mentioned before too, where like he wasn't really like distressed when he was left alone. He didn't like mind talking with strangers. And it happens a lot in situations where there's not a lot of like positive how do I say this? Positive affect. So like, hang on, sorry. I think I read that wrong. Hang on. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like he's not really like responsive to like other people emotionally. And it happens a lot in settings where there's not a lot of like care. Like caregivers are very like they change a lot. Or the settings make it really hard to form attachments. Like when there's like a school, like when there's like a bunch of kids and only like one adult, so you can't really grow attached to the guardian, the caregiver. So that's something that I kind of need to have. There's also disinhibited social engagement disorder, and that's kind of similar. They kind of go together, where it's like he's not like, as a kid he wasn't really like concerned that his parents weren't around, and that he didn't really seek comfort from his parents, but also he wasn't like scared of adults that like, or like strangers that would approach him, which is like a usual thing kids would do, is that they would get scared. Yeah, so it happens like in a very similar situation where you don't really grow attached to people. Okay, and then there's oppositional defiant disorder, which is kind of what I mentioned before, and it's when you display very argumentative and defiant behaviors. So you'll like fight with authority figures a lot. You'll fight with people who are like not your family. You just fight a lot, like very aggressive. And it can result from neglectful child rearing practices. So like when parents don't they neglect their kids, then you know it can lead to that. And if it goes on into older, I guess, like the like, cause like oppositional defiant disorder, if I'm correct, it's very like young, and then you either grow out of it or you go into having conduct disorder, I believe. So there's like different types of conduct disorder, I believe. But basically conduct disorder is like you really don't respect other people's boundaries, and you'll do stuff like bully, threaten, intimidate, get into fights, be really cruel to people, be very like truant, or like you run away, things like that. And then finally, Nate's diagnosed with something called bipolar 2 disorder. So when people talk about bipolar disorder, they don't really like make the distinction between bipolar 1 and 2. But bipolar 1, the best way I can describe it is that it's the highs are highs and the lows are lows, right? And it happens much more frequent. And bipolar 1 disorder, when you're manic, you are manic. When you're depressive, you're depressive. But with the bipolar 2 disorder, your manic episodes aren't as manic as they could be. So they're not hypermanic, they're hypomanic. So they're a little bit less. And they're not as they're not as frequent. Let's see. Yeah, they spend more time in a depressive episode. So they're more likely to exhibit depressive symptoms more often, or like for longer periods of time, than hypomanic. Yeah. So symptoms include for like hypomanic, when he's in his manic period, is that he'll have a lot of energy. He's very like ready to work. His mood is a lot better. He's very like like high and mighty. Like his self-esteem is like really great. He fidgets a lot. He's very impulsive, and he will do like risky things. But when he's depressive, he'll sleep a lot. He's really tired. He doesn't really feel like, you know, himself. Can't concentrate. So yeah, those are the main things with Nate. My girl Leah has generalized anxiety disorder. So she, you know, excessive worry and anxiety about a lot of things. Currently not medicated or diagnosed anyway. She just kind of lives with it. Helps like how do I say this? It's hard for her to fall asleep sometimes. So she's kind of an insomniac, but not consistently. And then sometimes the anxiety just hits for her. So it comes a lot with like her upbringing and like how sheltered she was as a kid. So that kind of like ties into it. And then Leah's also low-key lactose intolerant, but like she's just gonna like ignore that. Leah's lactose intolerant. Aw, thank you, Fridge. Thank you. That actually means a lot. I'm really trying to like digest everything that I've written in this post without making it like so dense. So I really appreciate that. Thank you for reassuring me. But yeah, my girl Leah's lactose intolerant, but she out here like living on that lactate. I love her. And then Aito doesn't really have like he only has caffeine withdrawal because he drinks too much coffee. Thanks, Aito. She's like me for real. Honestly, same. Wait, are you mean lactose intolerant? Then no, actually I'm not lactose intolerant. I thought you meant the other thing. I'm anxious. I'm not lactose intolerant though. Leah's both. My poor girl, bless her heart. Oh, you're lactose intolerant. I didn't realize so many people were lactose intolerant until like I went to college and I met so many lactose intolerant people. I had no idea. I really didn't know. There are so many people who are lactose intolerant. But yeah, Aito just has caffeine withdrawal. So he gets like a headache, he's tired, he's cranky. He can get kind of nauseous. Can't concentrate without his coffee. Does it to himself, honestly. But yeah, I feel like more peeps become lactose intolerant over the years too. That's true. That is true. I can see that. Like as you get older too, you become more lactose intolerant. But yeah, that was my presentation. Thank you for joining. I talked a solid hour about Allison and I wasn't even like entirely done yet, but that's my OCs. Thank you for listening. I love them a lot. I hope you do too. It's okay if you hate the garbage boys, you're supposed to. Thank you for keeping the conversation very respectful and like engaging. Like, I don't know, the discussion about villains and writing villains, really interesting. And like it's kind of nice to hear, you know, people not like, I don't know, I don't really know how to word it, but it makes me really happy to know that y'all are understanding and open-minded about this. Thank you, Arias. Yeah, like, I don't know, it makes me really happy to know that, you know, like, that, like, we can have these conversations and be respectful about it, but also, like, have really engaging conversations, and it just makes me happy to know that, like, it went well, because there's some reservations about talking about my OCs because of that reason, but I am proud of them, and I wanted to share this part of my writing and creativity and stuff because it's a big part of, you know, how I've expressed myself sometimes, and a lot of y'all just really wanted to meet them, so okay. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, thanks for listening and watching and all that good stuff. I don't know if I'll share publicly my Tumblr for y'all to read everything in detail. I don't think I have anything that's like doxing me on my Tumblr. I just have to make sure. I think that's like the main thing. Please keep sharing stuff like this. It's super fun. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Actually, yeah. I mean, I think I don't know what I would do with my OCs in the future, but like I actually do like kind of opening up about things that I just really enjoy, you know? Because I talked about my writing past few streams. Not past few streams, like a long time ago. I read some of my writing. Now I'm talking about my OCs. I don't really know what's next from here. I don't know, but maybe I'll talk about my AUs or something. I don't know. I think you have the makings of some really good novels. I've thought about writing novels, but I feel like my weakness about writing novels is actually having other people critique my writing. The thing about writing on Tumblr that I like is, oh, you know what? Okay, so like, wait, hang on, let me finish my thought real quick, and then I'll go back to Spyverse. Cause like the thing about writing on Tumblr is that I can just post it, and then like no one's gonna like critique it necessarily. But like if I write a novel, I have to like hire someone to like butcher it so that it sounds better, and my ego's too big for that. So I don't know. Even when I used to post stories on like Fiction Press, like the original content version of fanfiction.net, people would like critique it for like grammar stuff, even though I wrote it a very specific way because of my style. Like it's just my style. Don't shut up. Also on Tumblr, I don't capitalize anything. I don't capitalize anything, so it's like stylized, you know? I have fun with it. I have more fun with it when it comes to writing on Tumblr and things like that. But if I have to write a novel, I have to be a big girl and I have to write. A good editor isn't interested in butchering a story, rather they look to understand the story as an average reader. That is a good point. That is true. I guess like I'm over exaggerating in the sense that they butcher it, you know? But I think there's just like a vulnerability that comes with sharing your story and having someone critique it and build upon it when, you know, it's your child and you like put so much time into it. But I don't know, maybe something. About Spyverse. Spyverse is probably one of the most intricate verses I've ever... I didn't come up with it by myself. I will like to point that out right now. It's a collaborative verse, so I have two other people who helped me come up with the verse, and we all have contributed to it. So the extensiveness of the verse is because of my friends, and all I did was kind of did a little world building to put it all together and stuff. But Spyverse is very interesting, and maybe I will do something about Spyverse. I have to talk with my friends about it because there's a lot of plot holes that we have to fill in. But in terms of like storyline, I kind of feel like Spyverse has the potential to be its own story, like a standalone, like that probably has the most potential for like a novel. But if y'all just want to know about Spyverse, I can definitely do a PowerPoint about that in the future, maybe, because I have a whole ass post about it too. I have a whole background post about it. So yeah, maybe I will talk about Spyverse in the future. I don't know when, because I kind of still want to do a stream where it's like plan my VTuber with me, which is like where I make a mood board and a mind map to help like what's it called? Sorry, I just blanked. What was I talking about? Oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Whoa, I actually forgot what I was saying. Oh! My VTuber thing. I want to have a stream where I make a mood board or like a mind map to help plan out what I want a live 2D model to look like, because I feel like I should probably do that. Like, there's no rush in making a model, but I kind of like feel like it would be a fun experience to share my ideas. Yeah, plan the VTuber model. Yeah, I got it eventually. Spyverse sounds like it's such a cool Discord RP server idea. It would be cool. I feel like Discord servers? I don't know. I haven't had really good luck with Discord servers. Like with the like RP ones. Just because I don't know. I feel like group versus tend to be very volatile. They just I don't know. It's very complex. Also, if any of y'all actually write and roleplay, if you actually RP, y'all can definitely write with my muses. Yeah. Yeah. I fear what I could find. Dude, I don't know, like just freaking like RP server? I'm like, even with my friends, I was like, the server was cool, but it was like, it died. And then it never came back. And that's how a lot of servers work. Also, Arias, if you have OCs, do you want to meet Leah? Do you want them to meet Leah? That's an offer. You got me on Discord. I don't know. I haven't really been writing a lot, but I miss writing and I would be open to like plotting. I actually enjoy plotting the most. Like just talking. You just hit me that 2020. Basil, why would you say that? You're right though. I was looking at my calendar and Christmas is in like 3 weeks. Isn't that wild? 3 weeks? Just like a perfect number? It's fucking wild. I don't know how I feel about that actually. But yeah. Oh my god, you have OCs! Hey, be happy that happened and you accomplished what you during the year? That's true. That's true. I think it's just like weird because it's like, wow, we're in December, but also it's like 70 degrees outside. So I'm like, what season are we in? Where are we? Oh my god, Arise, I'm hitting you up after stream. We're gonna talk OCs. Oh my god. I'm so excited. Oh my god. That's another thing that I love about the VTuber community, that like half of y'all have OCs. Half of y'all like have OCs in some way. Oh my god, I love it. We're gonna that's amazing. That's literally amazing. Wiener? Wiener? Somewhere it's winter. We need like an OC info dump channel. I do have that. I have that. It's the OC brain rot corner. Oh, you want more? Is that what you're saying? I mean, y'all could just brain dump in the server. That's cool too. But yeah, those are my children. I love them. I would love to meet your children. Hit me up in the Discord. That's true. Most VTuber characters themselves are OCs. Yes, that's very valid. Yeah, we have a brain rot corner. Do y'all not have access to it? Can you not see it? No, you should be able to see it. We've had conversations in there before. I mean, yeah, Mello, you've messaged me in that before. That's true. VTubers are just OCs in a way. Although I guess they extend a little further from OCs if you think about it sometimes, but they're basically OCs. You don't see it? Really? Did I delete it? No fucking way. Where the hell is it? Kind of like a gray area between OC and personality. Yeah. Someone sees it! Yeah, the brain rot corner. Wait, gallery? Oh my god, a baby! Cat baby? Oh my god, look at the baby. Oh my god, I love cats. How did you know? Wait, I have a cat. Oh wait, I'm gonna send this after stream. There's a cat. I have a picture of a cat that reminds me of that picture Araya sent in the chat. Yeah, I made it on a whim. I think I made it when I was reading my stories on stream. Yeah. I made it because y'all were like, I wanna meet your OCs. Yeah. So I did that. Where's my So I made that like a while ago. We haven't really used it, but if y'all want to dump OC facts, hit me up because now you know about mine. But yeah, definitely done a lot of roleplay in my life. Anyway, Any other words y'all want to say? Anything else you want to talk about? Any last minute questions or anything? Reminder that tomorrow's movie night. We'll be watching my favorite Sailor Moon movie. My favorite! Watching my favorite Sailor Moon movie. In the Discord server, which I will plug. Is this even on? Hang on. Sorry, I don't know if the command's on. I turned it off because I didn't want weirdos coming into my Discord. So I had to I have to be careful. I don't know. I'm not I don't know. Is it on? Oh, it is on. Okay, I didn't know that. Anyway, here's our Discord. I feel like all y'all are in it, so it doesn't matter. But we're watching a movie tomorrow. We're watching Sailor Moon. I screamed about Sailor Moon for like an hour and a half the other day, so y'all better go watch it so I can scream to you some more. It's gonna be like a stream. I'm the only one who can talk. Oh, who's that vtuber? Let me see if I have any audio. Who's gonna be it today? Oh, Body. That's one of my favorite audios. It's so good. Body is actually streaming right now. You want to scream about it again because I'm gonna need an info dump about the leading events into the movie. But the leading events to the movie? I don't even know if there's anything leading into the movie. I feel like the movie is just a standalone piece. I really do. Because there's backstory in the movie that doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make sense in the what is it called? The main plot of Sailor Moon, so I don't even know if there's like a leading events. But wait, Orize, were you here when I was talking about Sailor Moon? Or did you leave? Oh, okay. Did you leave? Before I talked about Sailor Moon? Because I know you had to like take care of your cat or something. Or like had to go to bed or something. I lurked. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was when you left or not. Yeah, I don't think you really need to know anything about Sailor Moon to watch this movie. Because it's very standalone. There's no lore, really. Yeah, I don't even know if it's canon. But it's honestly the best movie. I've watched all 3 movies. That one's my favorite, like, by far. Like, I'm biased, but also I just love it. So yeah, we're gonna watch it tomorrow. I'm excited. Bring snacks. It's gonna be stream style, so I'll be the only one who can talk. But there'll be a movie chat, and y'all can just chat. Yeah, so don't worry about, like, talking, because you don't have to. Yeah. So any other questions? 4 hours? Good. Good, as it should be. I'm gonna go to bed soon, so don't worry. Anything else? Don't wanna do anything? Y'all have any questions? We're gonna raid Yon. Cause Yon was here earlier, we're gonna raid Yon. Tell hi to my cat. What the fuck is his name? Yondering Star. Oh wait, I have an ad in like 2 minutes. We'll just stall until the ad starts. And then we can say goodbye. Yeah. So any other questions? Any other comments? I'm excited. Oh! Ace Attorney is coming back next week. I'm gonna finish up the case that we were on. And then we're gonna start a new case, hopefully. And that's when we're gonna bring, what's it called? We're gonna bring, guests on to help me voice act. The ad starts in 16 seconds. So, yeah. So we're gonna... Oh, you are subbed! Hey, look at that! You probably got gifted a sub or something. Nice, congrats! So yeah, we're gonna pick up Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney makes no damn sense. I can go on a tangent about that on a different day. But, yeah. I don't know, maybe someone gifted you a sub. But congrats! Enjoy the emotes. But yeah, my heart is full. I'm full of love and care. Thank you so much again. I don't know. I feel like this brought us closer. In a very, like, platonic way. Don't make it weird. But yeah. It's all good. I'm waiting for the ad to start and end so I can raid Jonathan. Remember did I owe you one homemade meal? Oh, mayo! Yeah, mayonnaise, like, went on a gifting spree the other day. Yeah, mayonnaise got gifted. Sorry, mayonnaise went on a gifting spree the other day. So, be sure to thank Mayo whenever they're in stream again. Mayonnaise is around somewhere. Really platonic, yes, but really your creativity was really fun to learn. Very enjoyable stream. Thank you! I appreciate seeing y'all in chat, by the way, even with lurking. You have very nice insight into things. It's very, very nice to have new faces and reoccurring faces, but also it's just like the fact that people are like, let me hear about your OCs. It's very heartwarming. Also, oh my god, let me tell you about my day. Because earlier I was in a really good mood, right? Do you know why I was in a really good mood? Because I had an audition earlier for something, and I haven't auditioned for anything in so long. So like, I don't even know if I got the part. I don't even know if I was that good. But the feedback that I got was nice. It was like really, what's it called? Very like validating. And then like, I don't know, I just really love script reading. I just love doing stuff like that, and that's probably why I really like playing Ace Attorney, because I get to like read the lines and like voice act the characters and stuff. So like I was doing something like that earlier, and I auditioned for something, and what's it called? It went really well, I think. I don't know. It was like, I don't even know if I got a part. I don't know. You know, like I won't find out for a while, but it makes me happy to be doing stuff like this again. I think the audition process for stuff is fun. I don't know. It gives me something to do in the meantime. But yeah, if y'all are into voice acting or anything, let me know, because I have a thing that you might be interested in. No pressure though. No pressure. Thank you. Yeah, so that really helped with my mood. So yeah, feel free to remind me in the Discord, and then I'll message you the thingy thing. But yeah. Okay. I think that's it. We're gonna raid Yon. Tell him I said hi. Tell him Shima sent you. He'll know. But Yon was here earlier. Why the fuck am I getting an ad? I have an ad. I don't know. Okay, hang on. Let me watch this ad on Yon's own stream. Can't believe this shit. Okay, say hi to my cat. Say hi to Yon. And again, thank you so much everyone for watching. My heart is warm and full. I will be back. I think I'm streaming Tuesday. I'm gonna be picking up Ace Attorney on Tuesday. So yeah, thank you for being here on the stream. Thank you. Don't forget movie night is tomorrow. I'll scream in the group chat again in the Discord for it. But yeah, say hi to Yon. Tell him board braid, all that good stuff. And yeah, be nice to him as you're nice to me. And I will see you later.